The following is a product of Studio 42.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is football time in Texas.
From Studio 42 on HoweEnterprise.com, this is Howe Bulldogs football.
Cross on the jet sweep, trying to break away 30. Look out, 25. He's fast. 15, 10, 5. Kiss him goodbye. Touchdown time in Texas.
Howe Bulldogs football is brought to you by Scoggins Funeral Home, Baker Air Conditioning and Heating, Independent Financial, GC Easy, Sonic of Howe.
Tank Turner wrapped him up, took him behind the woodshed.
Also brought to you by Brother Plumber, Hit, Roof and Exteriors, Michelle Carney Photography, the Llama Realty Group.
It's long enough. It's good. 31 yards for Johnny Garcia.
Also brought to you by Howe Athletic Booster Club, TechWave, Knight Furniture, Ed Meacham State Farm.
75 yards for Braden Omer on 4th and 1. Quit it.
Also brought to you by All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights, Texoma Land and Home Realty Team, Rapid Electric.
Great tackle on the edge by Garen Langford. G-Force.
Also brought to you by MTE Fence, the crazy AC guy, Anchors Boat and RV Storage.
Strong kept it. He pulled it out of his gut like a magician, and down the sideline he goes.
Now let's open the Rapid Electric tailgate party and join the voice of the Howe Bulldogs, Monty Walker.
Last week, the Leonard Tigers escaped Bulldog Stadium with a one-score win. But the Dogs' defense made a statement across District 7-3A as they held the high-octane offense to 100 yards below their season average. All the breaks went to the Tigers, but Howe was still knocking on the door with a 13-play drive to tie the game and possibly win it on a two-point conversion. But Leonard is in the rearview mirror, and just ahead is a collision with the slot T machine of the Bell's Panthers. The bearded friend and former offensive coordinator has been none so hospitable to his former program over the past 5 years, but the Dogs' defense is statistically better than any of those teams he's previously faced. It's the Dogs and Cats. It's Howe at Bell's, and it's football time in Texas.
You're listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party.
Here's some things to never mess with if you're not a trained professional. Caging a bulldog. Removing copperheads and electricity. Don't get shocked. Call Rapid Electric. Rapid Electric is here for all your electrical needs. Just like you wouldn't try to become a pro boxer or president. Not a joke. You need a pro to keep your electricity humming. Don't get shocked. Rapid Electric serves the Grayson County area. Call them at 903-421-8100.
If your home or business could talk, what would it say? It may say it would like some privacy or security. Enjoy the beauty and durability of quality fencing from MTE Fence. MTE Fence is a local company specializing in commercial and residential fencing. MTE Fence ranges from wood, aluminum, and chain link fencing. MTE Fence services all of Grayson County and surrounding areas. Go to mtefence.com or call 903-686-9039 for an estimate. MTE Fence has a passion for connection. We are your connection for quality.
All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights is proud to sponsor the Pride of Howe High School's Bandsman of the Week. Your hometown Bulldog alumni owned and operated business is here for all your seamless gutter and outdoor Christmas lights needs. Give them a call at 903-819-9183 and let them make your house shine really bright this Christmas. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights. Give them a call at 903-819-9183. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights.
This is 3-year starting kicker Jonathan Garcia. When I kick the ball, I don't need no stinking tea, but I will take a sweet tea at Sonic before, during, and after the game. When I kick on over to Sonic, they have great food and big smiles.
Johnny, get your leg warmed up.
I stay warmed up with Sonic's onion rings and tater tots. Not to mention the great drink specials.
Hey, Johnny, we need you to drill this one. Let's go. Bring your tea.
Nah, Coach, I just finished it. It's not just good, it's Sonic good.
Johnny Garcia bangs it through.
Hey, Steve here, the crazy AC guy. We raise top-notch AC units and train the finest service techs west of the Mississippi. And we got a truly crazy deal for you. Get a free furnace with the purchase of a qualified AC condenser coil package. You'd have to be crazy like me to miss this deal. So for all your AC and electrical needs, call us at 903-465-2665 or visit us at crazyacguy.com.
The Crazy AC Guy, where crazy meets quality.
You're listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party. Let's join Monty Walker with the Crazy AC Guy, Senior Spotlight.
This week's Senior Spotlight is Bo Stevens. So, Bo, did you start kindergarten here at Howe?
Yes, sir. I've been in kindergarten. I think I started like a week late.
Do you remember who your teacher was?
Miss Arnold.
Do you remember anything about that class?
I do remember that it was not the best class because there was a lot of like getting in trouble, and my old friend Colt Crane and Kai Hudson were key players in that.
In second grade football, they designed a play named the Bo Cephas. Do you remember that at all? And if you do, just kind of elaborate.
Yeah, that play, it was a big spotlight. I've been working. We worked on it for weeks and weeks, and then we finally used it, and it was probably one of the best times of my life.
I think you had a pretty good gainer on that. So talking about youth football, y'all were pretty successful. Talk about that.
Youth football, we were pushed really hard, more than most 8 and 9-year-olds are. We ran every day till we about threw up, and our coaches never let us think that we were not good enough to do anything. So we had to go out there and beat teams 60-0 to get that ice cream at the end of the day.
Last week against Leonard, it was an emotional finish. Your defense played outstanding and held Leonard to 100 yards below their average. What is it about this defense that's improved so much from a year ago?
I think mostly is we have a senior D line, and like most of us have played together, especially me and Tank have played together since knee high to a grasshopper. So we just have that bond, and we know, like, if I'm going outside, I know that I'm going to have that help inside of the D line from Tank, and so that's always like reassuring that we'll get that stop.
I remember those grasshoppers. Who's your favorite teacher?
My favorite teacher has to be Miss Nail, because she always pushes me, for one. And you can joke with her, but she's definitely not scared to man up and put you in your place when she needs to.
What about favorite coach?
My favorite coach, I kind of have two. It's Coach Harvey, because he has stepped into this role and done an amazing job. And then Coach Nitzen he's just a goofball. He likes to mess around with me all the time, so I like that.
We're going to take a quick timeout. We'll be back in 30 seconds.
Hey, Steve here, the Crazy AC Guy. We raise top-notch AC units and train the finest service techs west of the Mississippi. And we got a truly crazy deal for you. Get 0% financing for 60 months for any qualified air conditioning and heating system. You'd have to be crazy like me to miss this deal. So for all your AC and electrical needs, call us at 903-465-2665 or visit us at crazyacguy.com.
The Crazy AC Guy, where crazy meets quality.
We're back here with Bo Stevens, our senior spotlight. Your team lost Braden Ulmer last week to what appeared to be a serious knee injury. What was going through your mind when he was laying on the turf?
I was scared for a minute, but I knew that, like, these younger classmen needed somebody to rally them and get them up and, like, let them know it was going to be okay. So I tried my best to just tell everyone we got a game to finish. We can't sit here and moan about all this. But it freaked me out for a minute knowing that one of my childhood best friends could be possibly out for the rest of his season, and that's just a scary moment of life.
You've gone from a linebacker to a hands-on-the-ground defensive end. What do you like better?
Defensive end all day. There's not as much, you don't have as much jobs as linebacker, and you get to be more aggressive, I think, and I like just getting that helmet-to-helmet contact every play.
It seems like every good team has that moment where they have to look themselves in the mirror before they can move forward. Are you at that point right now? Yeah. Like, there was a little bit of doubt that crossed my mind, like, especially knowing BU went down, but I know that we have plenty of people that are great athletes. Like, this whole team is everybody on this team is a great athlete, so I'm not doubting anything anymore. I know that we can go out there and we can handle business like nothing. We know Bells is going to bring the slot T and try to jam it down your throat. How do you stop him?
We got to play hard. You got to play physical. Bells they're not the team that's going to beat you at speed. They're going to beat you physicality-wise, and honestly, that's what we want them to do. We try to run it down our throat. That's our strength of our defense.
As a senior, how do you show your leadership on this team?
I try to be the best leader by like showing that, or pushing really more than anything. Like my underclassmen like Alex Mejia and Griffo, I try to push them as hard as they can, or as hard as I can, because I know that they can be better than me one day.
That's your senior spotlight, Bo Stevens.
Tonight's Senior Spotlight has been brought to you by the Crazy AC Guy. You're listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party.
No one wants to talk about losing a loved one. The grief that is put on your family is troublesome. Scoggins Funeral Home strives to make that most difficult time the easiest. We want your loved one to be sent off in the best way possible, with your wishes at heart. Call us at 903-482-5225 or visit our website at scogginsfuneralhome.com. 903-482-5225. Our location on Van Alstyne Parkway makes everything close for your needs. 903-482-5225. Scoggins Funeral Home.
Who's your local plumber? Brother Plumber. It's good to know someone local and someone you can trust when your home or office drops the ball.
Mainline break, 15 yards.
Brother Plumber is plumb professional and serves not only Howe, but also all of Grayson County. And you can save yourself 10% if you mention Go Bulldogs. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. We'd love to help. Brother Plumber is one call away at 469-968-4487. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. Remember, Go Bulldogs.
Real estate is the key to building long-term wealth. Hi, I'm Dana Thornhill, a local Keller Williams realtor. If you're thinking about buying or selling a home, I can help you. Call the Llama Realty Group. Call 903-821-6890 and ask us about our complimentary services. Opportunities in North Texas are growing quickly, and the Llama Realty Group can help you with all your real estate needs. Just like here at the stadium, execution is the name of the game. The Llama Realty Group gets the job done. Call 903-821-6890 today. Each Keller Williams office is independently owned and operated.
Here's some things to never mess with if you're not a trained professional. Caging a bulldog. Removing copperheads. And electricity. Don't get shocked. Call Rapid Electric. Rapid Electric is here for all your electrical needs. Just like you wouldn't try to become a pro boxer or president. Not a joke. You need a pro to keep your electricity humming. Don't get shocked. Rapid Electric serves the Grayson County area. Call them at 903-421-8100.
Hey, Steve here, the Crazy AC Guy. We raise top-notch AC units and train the finest service techs west of the Mississippi. And we got a truly crazy deal for you. Get a free furnace with the purchase of a qualified AC condenser coil package. You'd have to be crazy like me to miss this deal. So for all your AC and electrical needs, call us at 903-465-2665 or visit us at crazyacguy.com.
The Crazy AC Guy, where crazy meets quality.
You're listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party. Let's join Monty Walker with the Crazy AC Guy Coach's Corner with Bulldogs head coach Andrew Harvey.
All right, Coach, a loss to Leonard last week. Had a chance to tie it with 8 seconds left. How hard was that loss?
One of the tougher ones that I've probably dealt with. And it was more like I feel like I don't want to say we deserved to win the game, but I feel like we did. I really wanted that one for my kids. They executed the game plan that we had been talking about all week to perfection. It was exactly how I wanted the game to go. There was just a small wrinkle at the end, you lose your best player at that time in the game and you can't use your best offensive weapon in crunch time. It makes it tough. But I thought even without him, the offense still fought. We got ourselves in a good position to score at the end. And it just didn't happen. Sometimes I would say at that point, it was probably leaning in their favor. If people were betting on who would win after we got the ball back with 3.5 minutes left without BU, it'd probably be 90% chance they win, 10% and again, we were right there. So that I don't know, it says a lot about our team and our kids and how a lot of it is BU offensively, but it's more than him. And that's great to see, and it's great for other guys or see other guys to step up and make plays in the moment. Reichencross has been stepping up. Ryland's been running the ball, throwing the ball a lot better. Guys stepping up, making plays. Bryce Piper running the ball. It's just it's going to help us moving forward, that situation. Now, it didn't end the way we wanted it to, but, like, you either, like, I don't know, move on from losses and forget about them, or you get better from them. And I feel like this week we learned from it and, like, got better because of it, and that's good.
You know, talking about the final moments there, I thought the final offensive drive was designed and executed to perfection, to burn the remainder of the clock and not score too quickly, which would have allowed Leonard to time to go down there and win in the last second. A lot of people don't understand all of the thought process, including clock management, that goes into real-time decisions. And, you know, it may be unpopular opinion, but I felt personally that was executed perfectly.
Well, I mean, there was a game plan the whole night. Like, make sure number 3 has the ball least as possible. Like, Leonard's offense is designed to go 80 in 30 seconds. That's the type of offense they run. They're a spread air raid type. Again, they probably have the best player in the district. They have the best receiver outside of probably Gunner in the district. They got speed everywhere. Their offense is designed to score fast. So, like, going into that last drive, I was telling Graham, hey, the plan's still the same. Like, we don't need to score too fast. We need to make sure that, like, this game ends either us scoring or us not scoring, not us score and then we can get the ball and give them a chance. Like, 30 seconds even is too long. That's they can get 4 or 5 plays off in 30 seconds. Just, again, the way their offense is designed. And, like, you don't want that kid having the ball at the end of the game. Like, you don't want to give them the option of that. So, again, like, the whole time they were driving, I was like, hey, don't go too fast, don't go too fast, don't go too fast. And I thought we were in the perfect position to, like, win the game. And, like, again, I mean, part of it was execution. Coach Graham's even said, like, part of it, like, he needs to grow a little bit as a play caller, which, like, we all need to get better from it. There's probably some decisions late in the game that I didn't make exactly correctly, but I know that, like, when it comes to, like, how the clock was managed, I don't second guess myself about that at all, because, again, he's a dude. You don't want the dude to have the ball.
Each really good team has a moment within the season where they have to look at themselves in the mirror and kind of regroup and reload. Were we there this week?
Kind of. But, like, again, I think I've talked about this. They're bought in, and at the end of the game, I knew when I was talking to them, I knew, like, I wasn't worried about it splintering. I was more worried about, like, them getting over it fast, if that makes sense. Like, some teams in a loss like that, the way it happened, would, like, start some inner fighting. Now, was there inner fighting, or was there complaining going on outside? I've heard that, sure, maybe, whatever. But, like, I wasn't worried about our kids. I walked in the locker room after the game, and I heard one of our seniors yelling at the other players about how, like, hey, we still have Bells and Callisburg and Blue Ridge, and Coach Harvey talked about we just need 2. And, like, I heard that immediately after the game, and, like, I wasn't shocked by it, you know, because I know, like, these kids understand, like, that it is a process, and, like, that we are a good enough team that, like, just because we don't beat Leonard doesn't mean it's over. Like, we got to win, and I keep telling them this. I've told this, we got to win 2 of the next 4, and they know that. Like, as long as we win 2 of the next 4, and realistically, 3 of those are very winnable games. I think, like, if we play our best, we should be able to win 3 of the next 4 games. I truly believe that, and they believe that. So, yes, a little bit, but, like, not as much as you would think. It's just it's a train that's rolling, and, like, they're on board. Say it that way.
We're going to take a quick timeout. We'll be back in 30 seconds.
Hey, Steve here, the Crazy AC Guy. We raise top-notch AC units and train the finest service techs west of the Mississippi. And we got a truly crazy deal for you. Get a free furnace with the purchase of a qualified AC condenser coil package. You'd have to be crazy like me to miss this deal. So for all your AC and electrical needs, call us at 903-465-2665 or visit us at crazyacguy.com.
The Crazy AC Guy, where crazy
Coach, your defense was spectacular, holding Jacoby LeCook and company to 100 yards below their average. Talk about your defensive performance.
They played really well. Like our D-line, other than the first drive, did a really good job of like containing him in the pocket. Our secondary, we talked about it all week, just keep the ball in front of your face. Like I can't think of one like deep ball they caught. Like we kind of like kept a cap on the coverage. I would say like the worst part of our defense all night was like kind of our run. Our run stopping, but like that was kind of by design as well. Like we knew we weren't going to have as many hats in the box because like he is such a dynamic player, and we have to like make sure that we're shored up against the pass and that we have enough guys on the outside that if he does get outside the pocket, they're there to pull him up. So we're kind of giving that away. It got better. We made a couple adjustments in the second half to some of the formations they were doing that like helped stop some of the runs that they were getting on us in the first half. But I will say, like, our defense played good, but if your offense is holding on the ball for 8-minute drives, like that, I would point to that over everything else is like one of the biggest reasons why like we were able to hold them to 28 points or like only 3 offensive touchdowns, honestly. It's because like our offense did a great job of what I told them to do all week, which is like, make sure you hold on to it as long as possible. So he's standing over there watching. Like, that's what I wanted. And they did, again, they did a really, really good job of just like chewing clock. Even in the first half, I'm telling Graham, he's like trying to call play. And I'm like, hey, like, wait till the play clock's at 10 seconds to snap it. Like, we don't need to go too fast. Like, we want this game to be as short as possible. And like both sides of the ball did their job. And that's, again, like that's kind of why we were able to, I don't want to say stop them, but like we were able to corral them and like hold them to under their averages. And like I thought, again, overall, I thought our team played really well, and I felt like we deserved to win the game. We just didn't. Sometimes that happens.
I think you would have a huge chance to win the game had a certain call gone your way. You've had a chance to review the film now on the onside kick. Talk about that.
I mean, it wasn't touched before the 50. It was actually like a full yard past the 50. Again, like if I'm on the other sideline, am I really happy that call's made? Yeah, you know. That may or may not be one of the most egregious I've ever seen. It is what it is. I will say this about the officials, and I told them after that, like they owe me a million makeups. And on that drive, there was like a 3rd and like 57 just about. So they were throwing flags for like guys looking at guys too hard. And it was mostly the guy on our sideline because I was in his ear about it. And like I think he knew he was wrong, which makes you even more frustrated when you can tell that they know they're wrong because like, well, why didn't you make the right call like to begin with? But that doesn't decide games. Like the players on the field, the play on the field, for the most part, is going to decide games. And like, again, even with that happening, we execute a little better at the end of the game, we win. So it's just, or we have a key piece at the end of the game. We like that didn't prevent us from winning. Say it that way.
You lost your glue player last week, and Braden Ulmer, for what could be an extended period of time, could be quickly. What was going through your mind as he laid on the turf in agony?
I was scared. I was more scared for him, to be completely honest. And like, I'm sometimes emotional. And like after the game, it hit me more, and like it made me a little more emotional, like more like sad feeling. Because like, you just want the best for that kid. Like I'm going to get emotional right now just thinking, like, he's a great kid. Like, I truly love him. Like, I love all my players, but, like, he kind of holds a special place in my heart. Like, from the day I got here, he's just been that guy. Like, he's what you want, like, in every aspect of it. Like, we'll do exactly what you tell him to do all the time. You don't have to worry about him. You don't have to worry about him in any aspect. And you know, like, at every moment of every game, he is giving everything he has. And then also, like, for the team at large, like, it stinks not having, like, half of your production on offense. Now, do I think other guys are going to step up and like be able to fill that role if needed? Yes, 100%. Because like we have good football players, and he's put in that position. Other people are going to be put in that position, and they're going to perform too. So I'm pretty confident in that if that needs to happen. But yeah, it was just more like I hope it's not his ACL, because like I know he wants to play like college football. I know he wants to play football at the next level, and I want that for him. Like I want that for all my players that want to do that. But like you don't have a lot that are like truly like that's the goal, that's the plan. They're 100% committed to it, and I think he can do it. And it was at the moment I was very scared that was going to be taken from him, and I'm very glad to know that like that's not, and like he's going to be okay moving forward.
Bell's is going to bring their slot T, and they're going to try to jam it down your throat. How do you counter?
I think you said it in your article, like we're going to be the first game done in the state of Texas. I think you're right. Like that's how we're going to counter. I think we need to make it as short a game as possible. Like it's a different style, obviously a different style of offense than Leonard, but it's the same in the fact that like they need to be on the field a lot to get momentum. Like it's a rhythm offense, I guess you could say. And like once they get in the rhythm and like they're on the field a lot, you could see it like it starts churning faster and faster and faster. And again, like I feel like the less they're on the field, the less that like motor can churn and like get like revved up. And so like my thought is fight fire with fire. Like they're going to try to go 3 yards of whack. We're going to do the same. Like I think we can out like physical them. I think we're a more physical ball team than they are this year. We haven't been in the past. Like the first year I was here, we had better probably skill players than they did with like the Austin Haleys and the Antoine Rattlers. But like physicality wise, we couldn't match up. Last year we had 5 freshmen starting their first varsity game or whatever. So that was like just kind of throw that one out. But like this year they're dealing with a lot of injuries, and this is like the third year. I'd never really. We played slot teams in the past, but not like that. Like we played teams that were kind of like I don't know, dipping their toe in the slot T or stuff like that, or I'd coach for teams that had played teams that, but not like a fully committed slot T like. Where it takes a couple years to figure out like what you need to do defensively to stop it, and I think that we're there. And like this week of practice has been amazing. Like last year we had the game plan right, but like again, there were just so many young guys that like the execution wasn't there at all. Like even getting lined up. And I've told this to them all week. Like the main part of stopping the slot T is making sure that we're aligned correctly every play. Because if you have one guy in the wrong spot and they're hitting it there, well, their band's playing, you know, like you got to have good alignment, because like if it hits there, and again, like they're not calling it from the sideline, so they can't see it. So it'd have to be them guessing right. But like, it seems like they guess right a lot, you know? So like, I think this is the best preparation we've had. I don't know. I think this is the year. Let's leave it at that.
Offensively, if you're without BU, who steps up?
A bunch of guys. Like Bo Stevens probably get some carries in like that heavy set if BU's not playing, which I do think BU's going to play, honestly. Bryce Piper is going to get some carries. Obviously he has been, but probably a little more. Garen Langford is going to get some carries. Noah Seaver is going to get some carries. Ethan Mayo is going to play some H-back, like the blocking part of the offense that BU does. And then defensively, like it's a weird week, so like I can't really say who's filling in for him, because like it's all the positions have changed. So like I don't know. That's kind of a wash there. But like offensively, like we're gonna have a few guys that like if needed are going to step up, but hopefully that's not needed.
The Coach's Corner has been brought to you by the Crazy AC Guy. You're listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party.
At Independent Financial, supporting our community is at the heart of what we do. which is why we are pleased to support the Howe Bulldogs. Investing in others and helping our neighbors thrive is what we do, and our friendly, knowledgeable banking team is rooting for you in your financial success. Whether you're saving for college, planning for your family's future, or working to grow your business, we'd love to help you accomplish your goals. Come see us at our location on South Denny or visit us at ifinancial.com. Go Bulldogs! We're cheering for a winning season. Member FDIC.
This is more than a bundle. This is way more than a combo deal. It's your sanctuary, your home field. It's where everything happens. This is your home, your car, your memories. And you want to be sure they're protected with home and auto insurance. As your State Farm agent, I get it. That's why I'm here to help life go right. My name is Ed Meacham, and I'm your Howe State Farm agent. Give me a call at 903-892-3923 or on the web at mredinsurance.com.
Got hail? Get hit. Help your home and your community at the same time. Hit Roof and Exteriors has been on the job locally since 2012. Hail damage, wind damage, roof leaks, exterior paint and siding, replace it or repair it, we've got you covered. Hit Roof and Exteriors has been building solid roofs all across North Texas for over 11 years. We will work with your insurance company or your budget to get your home happy again. For a free estimate or inspection, call 972-977-1523. Hit Roof and Exteriors. Got hail? Get hit.
Here's some things to never mess with if you're not a trained professional. Caging a bulldog. Removing copperheads. And electricity. Don't get shocked. Call Rapid Electric. Rapid Electric is here for all your electrical needs. Just like you wouldn't try to become a pro boxer or president. Not a joke. You need a pro to keep your electricity humming. Don't get shocked. Rapid Electric serves the Grayson County area. Call them at 903-421-8100.
Hey, Steve here, the Crazy AC Guy. We raise top-notch AC units and train the finest service techs west of the Mississippi. And we got a truly crazy deal for you. Get 0% financing for 60 months for any qualified air conditioning and heating system. You'd have to be crazy like me to miss this deal. So for all your AC and electrical needs, call us at 903-465-2665 or visit us at crazyacguy.com.
The Crazy AC Guy, where crazy meets quality.
You're listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party. Today's Howe Bulldogs Flux Capacitor is brought to you by the Crazy AC Guy. Now let's join Monty Walker with a time travel through Bulldogs history.
Howe has lost the last 6 games played on October the 11th, dating back to 1996, but the Dogs are 4-6-1 overall on this date. The first game took place in the first season. It was the third game in school history where Howe lost to Whitewright 25-0. In 1940, Howe shut out Collinsville 63-0 at Bulldog Stadium. The passing combo of Hazlip to Jones accounted for 3 touchdowns that night. In 1946, Howe beat Bells 33-0 and remained undefeated and unscored on as quarterback Jack Gaddis threw and rushed for a touchdown. In 1963, Howe lost to Wolf City at Bulldog Stadium, and in 1968 beat Collinsville at home 19-8 as current Bulldog Garrett Rogers' grandfather Tommy Robertson opened the scoring that night. In 1985, Howe tied Anna 7-7 at home, which was the last game before a 6-game winning streak that landed them 3 rounds into the postseason. In 1991, Howe beat Aubrey for homecoming 33-6 behind a strong rushing performance by Domingo Rivera. Howe has since lost on this date 6 straight times. In 1996, Howe was blanked by Van Alstyne 35-0, and in 2002 lost to Blue Ridge 20-14. In 2013, Howe lost to Farmersville 55-13 on this date, and the last game played on this date was in 2019 when Howe lost at Pottsboro 42-3. Howe has traditionally beaten up Bells since the first ever matchup in 1936. The Bulldogs have more wins against Bells, 35, than any other opponent. However, the Dogs have never beaten Dale West in his slot T and have lost 4 straight games since 2019. Howe's last win at Bells came 18 years ago on October the 6th, 2006 behind Tyler Pitt's 151 rushing yards. 6 of Bell's 12 wins in the series have taken place in the last 20 years of the 88-year-old series.
Today's Howe Bulldogs Flux Capacitor is brought to you by the Crazy AC Guy. You're listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party.
Buying and or selling your next home or property should be an enjoyable experience. At Texoma Land and Home Team, our commitment to the personal relationship of each transaction ensures communication you expect, while assuring that we'll be here the next time you need us. We're not a big box real estate company by design. This freedom allows us to be fully at your service. Texoma Land and Home Team, Renee Nichols Broker, 903-818-1645. Texoma Land and Home Team, for all your real estate needs, 903-818-1645.
Hi everyone, my name is Presley Harrell, class of 2025 cheerleader and cross-country runner.
This is Talon Haley, senior basketball player and Howe High School record-setting golfer.
Hi, this is Camry Snap, and I'm a graduating volleyball and softball player.
This is Braden Ulmer, class of 2025. I play football, baseball, and I run track.
We would like to thank the Howe Athletic Booster Club for their support and encourage anyone wanting to be a part of supporting Howe's athletes to reach out for more information.
Go Dogs!
At Grayson Cullen Electric Cooperative, GCEC, we have been around for over 80 years and are governed by 7 principles: open and voluntary membership, democratic member control, members' economic participation, autonomy and independence, education, training, and information, cooperation among cooperatives, and concern for community. One of our communities is Howe, Texas, and GCEC is proud to support the Howe Bulldogs.
So hot up here. Roger must think he's preaching a Hellfire Sunday sermon.
I know. He won't ever turn the air on.
Monty, you recover that fumble.
The only name that comes to mind is Lucifer.
Charles Fur? Got it.
Baker Air Conditioning and Heating has been in Howe for over 50 years. They've been in business that long because they're just good people. If you've been told you need expensive repairs, get a second opinion with Baker Air Conditioning and Heating. Call 903-532-6255.
Fifth quarter tonight is going to be a hot one.
I bet.
Here's some things to never mess with if you're not a trained professional: caging a bulldog, removing copperheads, and electricity. Don't get shocked. Call Rapid Electric. Rapid Electric is here for all your electrical needs. Just like you wouldn't try to become a pro boxer or president. Not a joke. You need a pro to keep your electricity humming. Don't get shocked. Rapid Electric serves the Grayson County area. Call them at 903-421-8100.
From Studio 42 on HoweEnterprise.com, this is Howe Bulldogs football. You've been listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party. Football time in Texas is just moments away. Now, with the call of the game, here's the voice of the Howe Bulldogs, Monty Walker.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Outdoors Panther Stadium. Monty Walker along with Justin White. We've every time we come over here, we get to play outdoors, and we're certainly doing that again tonight.
We should be used to it by now.
We should be. We're kind of in our corner that we normally are, and already we're having mono issues with my headset. I may just have to invest in a new headset before next week.
I may have a deal for you on headsets. We'll talk afterwards.
All right. As of right now, we'll see. I may switch with Jake here in just a moment, but we want to thank you for joining us. We should have a pretty good game tonight. Both Howe and Bells come in at 3-3 on the season, both 1-1 in district play. The Howe Bulldogs will most likely be without Braden Ulmer tonight. There is talk that there could be this great return after what appeared to be a season-ending injury a week ago, but we'll just have to see what transpires out of that. I want to thank you for joining us in the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party. Don't get shocked. Call them at 903-421-8100. I want to thank Crazy AC Guy for sponsoring the Senior Spotlight, which that was Bo Stevens, and the Coach's Corner, and the Flux Capacitor. And now we'll start with the Hit Roof and Exteriors starting lineup. And Justin, I will let you go over the Slot T Mafia if you want to do that.
Okay, start with the offense.
Either way.
All right. We'll start on the offensive line.
Look at you all jazzed up with your laptop.
That's all Jake.
Okay, all right.
Because of all the wind here, I was like, let's go ahead and get something concrete here.
It is a little windy tonight.
Yes.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
All right, so we'll start on the offensive line You know, they put a lot of people there in the box, Bells, with that slot T. But starting over at the tight end position, a junior, number 30, is Caden King. And then next to him at the left tackle is Jackson Pettigo. He's a senior. The left guard is Jesse Mercado. He's a junior. Center is Rylan Wilson. He's also a junior. Another junior, Josh Cordell at right guard. And then over at right tackle is a senior, Jacob Lashley. At the slot back is Jackson Brown. He's a sophomore. A split back is Preston Rochelle. At fullback is a sophomore, Jadarius Washington. At the halfback, you'll hear his name a lot tonight, is senior Bryson Thompson. And then the quarterback leading the way is Easton Branham. He's a junior. That's the starting offense for the Bells Panthers.
That's the slot T Mafia, and we'll talk more about the slot T as we go in the pregame show, the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party. Let's go over the starting defense for the Howe Bulldogs. Up front, Alex Mejia. Now, this is going to be a little bit different than most starting lineups for Howe because they're facing that slot T. So some of these may be in very different locations on the field than what we're about to give you, but the individuals on the field will be Alex Mejia, the junior. The interior defensive line is Charlie Vera and Tank Turner. Both are seniors. And the defensive end, Bo Stevens, leads the team in tackles with 41. And the linebackers, Chris Torres, Gage Carr, and Charles Furr. I'm sure they'll be close to the line of scrimmage. Now your secondary is where everything will be jumbled around the line of scrimmage also. The slot T will send one person out wide, but generally everybody else is in the box. So your cornerbacks tonight, Malachi Daly, a senior, and Garen Langford, a senior. Your safeties, Eli Stoner, and actually you're probably going to see Garen Langford at a safety and Ryken Cross at cornerback, most likely. But there could be a variation of individuals. Bryce Piper may show up on defense. There may be just a lot of moving parts to try to stop this slot T. And that's your starting defense, your hit roof and exterior starting defense for Howe.
All right, let's go to the starting defense for Bells. Starting at defensive end, number 56 is Luke McGehee.
It's windy. He's losing everything.
I need a paperweight here. Okay, defensive tackle is Caden King. Other defensive tackle is Cutter Payton. He's a junior. They run a 3-4 defense. And outside linebacker is sophomore Asa Curtis with 19 tackles on the season. Jackson Brown, a sophomore, 66 tackles on the season. He's a middle linebacker.
And a very good singer.
Is he really?
Jackson Brown.
Yeah. 33, Bryson Thompson, a senior. He's at middle linebacker. Other outside linebacker, also defensive end, is Peyton Washburn, senior with 77 tackles. He's the lead tackler on this team. In the secondary at cornerback is a junior, Rhett Treweek. The other cornerback is Easton Hartline. He's got 28 tackles. At free safety is Brenner Waller. He's got 40 tackles and 1 interception. And then strong safety is Blake Reeves. He's a sophomore with 18 tackles. They're led by defensive coordinator Travis Roberson. That's the starting defensive lineup starters for the Bells Panthers.
Okay. So on offense for Howe, they, of course, are without Braden Ulmer tonight. We'll see how that transpires and who will rotate in to fill that spot. But up front for Howe, the left tackle is Dylan Patterson. The left guard, Michael Weimer. The center is Aiden Torres. The right guard, Large Marge, Will Ingram. And the right tackle is Jacob Griffo. The wide receiver, Colby McNutt, 3 catches for 20 yards. The opposite side wide receiver, Malachi Daly, no catches yet. But you also have an influx of Garen Langford at that position, and he has 4 catches for 64 yards and 1 touchdown. The quarterback tonight for the Howe Bulldogs, sophomore Rylan Strong. He's 31 out of 69, 6 interceptions. Is it 7 or 6?
I'm not 7.
7 interceptions, 4 touchdowns. He's also rushed 36 times for 219 yards. Your slot back tonight could be Garen Langford. Garrett Rogers is out with an injury. Braden Ulmer is out with an injury, supposedly. Your running back is expected to be Bryce Piper, the sophomore, and the sophomore slot receiver, Ryken Cross. So a lot of moving parts for the Howe offense. And Bells has injuries too. They have lost Bryson Wright, their starting tailback or fullback in the beginning of the season, and he went down with an injury against Gunner where he tore his ACL and MCL and had meniscus damage. I just talked to him a moment ago, and he really he got really torn up against Gunner in that game. So prayers to him and his family over there, Bryson Wright. But let's talk about Dale West a little bit. You've got a lot of information on the Bells head coach, and he is very familiar. The beard and all is friends with Howe and friends with us. Let's talk about Dale.
Coach West comes in his sixth season here at Bells. 55 wins, 23 losses as a head coach overall. He started out his head coaching career at Collinsville in 2017 before Howe. 7-5 his first year there. In 2018, improved to 9-2. Then came over to Bells in 2019, went 9-4 after losing to Paul Pewitt, 53-20 in the regionals of the playoffs. In 2020, went 9-3, lost to Eastland, 49-22 in the area round. In 2021, went 9-4, lost to Holiday in a thriller in overtime, 21-14 in the regionals. In 2022, went 10-3, improved a game that season. Again, lost to Holiday 17-14 in the regionals. And then last year in 23, they went 9-2, lost to Jacksboro 45-6 in the area. Howe went 26-12 with Dale West as offensive coordinator from 24 to 2016 and played in 8 playoff games. Dogs rushed for 13,269 yards in those 38 games. That's 349 yards per game. In 2013, he was offensive coordinator at Sweeney, where he went 8-4. 2012, went 6-5 at Lockhart. In 2011, he went 2-8. 2010 at Mathis went 10-3. 2009 went 8-4 again in Mathis. Has 85-47 coaching record overall. He's originally from Quinlan. Graduated from Quinlan Ford. Was a QB there. Went to Texas A&M Commerce. Played tight end. And credits Paul Kilsby as his life mentor and teacher of the slot T. He's married with wife Candace.
You know, we were over here when he first got the job, and things were some people were upset because it was boring. They were running the air raid, and they weren't winning, but they were running the air raid, and everybody was having fun, but they weren't winning. And so he comes over here with the slot T. Let's face it, it's a boring offense. If you're a football fan, football fans want to see the ball thrown down the field. They want to jump to their feet. And you rarely get that in a slot T offense. You go 3 yards, 3 yards, 3 yards, 3 yards, and you convert that all the way down the field and score, and you take up all the clock, and you keep the other team's offense on the sideline. That's the philosophy. And he's been very, as you mentioned, very successful with this. Extremely successful with this. I don't think he's missed the playoffs. I know he hasn't missed the playoffs as a head coach, and I'm not sure he's missed the playoffs as an offensive coordinator, an assistant. But fans and parents sometimes start to, they sometimes winning isn't the goal. Sometimes it's about, can their kid get more playing time, or can we be entertained instead of winning? Sometimes entertainment is more important than winning to some people, and I don't understand that. I've never understood that, because winning is my entertainment,
I would think,
right?
Yeah.
And so I don't care how you do it, just win, baby. But they're going through, I believe, some of that right now, where even though they're winning, they're having some situations over there where there's some restlessness going on. But they're 3-3 for the first time, that they're not 5-1. So there's some restlessness going on. As we see Braden Ulmer show up in street clothes. Apparently he's not going to go out to the coin toss in full pads. But, it's you hate that for Coach West because he's so successful. And he's doing exactly what they hired him to do. Yeah. Come over here and win football games. We don't care if it's entertaining. We just want to win, baby. And that's what they're doing. And the fan base sometimes and the parent base sometimes can't grasp sitting on their hands and watching a 15-play drive over a 3-play drive that airs it out and everybody goes crazy. It's just that, as long as you win, you would think you'd be okay. But if it's an interesting conundrum. And I think there's a lot of Howe Bulldog fans that went through the same situation when Zach Hudson hired Dale West as the OC. And the good news is they went 3 deep for the first 2 years and then almost beat Mineola in the 2016 season. And so there was a lot of success immediately, but still even then in the playoffs you heard people say, throw the football. And you're like, they're winning by 25 in the playoffs. Have a seat. But it's just the fan. The fan wants and desires to see the football thrown because that's what today's game is.
It's like they can't help themselves.
Yeah.
And some people are just never satisfied. And again, we've seen the success that Bells has had. How soon they forget how unsuccessful they were before Coach West came with his ground and pound type of offense.
So having broadcasted a 22-game losing streak, I can talk to the Bells Panthers fans and parents and say, dude, hey, what you got is good, and you better be happy. And don't take it for granted because a program that is as desperate and thirsty for winning, hey, they'll take a slot to you every day.
Yeah.
And so let's not forget the Bells Panthers is a program that Howe has dominated in the 88-game series, except as soon as Dale West got over here, have not beaten Dale West and have lost many straight. So here comes the Bells Panthers across the way. They're in their maroon tops and bottoms and gold helmets. And I believe they're the traditional block B on the helmet over there. I'm sure it is. I can't see. And we've got the western sky still above the press box in the stands, so a little bit of a glare. And we also have the Howe Bulldogs getting ready to come out of the tunnel here. The tunnels are on the north end zone, north side of this field by the concession stand if you're familiar. And it is rocking in there. Howe will come out in white tops, black pants, black numbers, and the black helmets. And they have the Texas logo with the Bulldog inside, and here come the Howe Bulldogs. Pretty good crowd over here, as you can hear, that have made their way on this short trip over from Howe to Bells. And they will be BU-less tonight, trying to take on these Bells Panthers. And we're outdoors. We're right in the stands. We're on the north side of the bleachers also. And it's kind of fun sometimes to be intermingled with the crowd.
Yeah, we're right here amongst the people. And it's good. It feels good. It feels good outside too.
We're about to check down with Caroline Slauson. Let's check down with her and see the coin toss. The players are walking out. What's the temperature like, Caroline?
Right. It is 80. Okay, y'all can hear me,
yes.
Right? Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Well, I think.
Can you hear me?
Now the players are walking out. Go ahead, Caroline.
I'm going to try to get it because they're talking on the other end. So we'll
throw that mic right in his face. He knows it's coming.
I've got a head and a tail. You ready? Okay. All right, in the air. Here we go.
Heads. Tank Turner called heads.
It was tails.
And it came down tails. That's what Caroline said.
Panthers won the toss.
So as you can hear there, the Panthers of Bells have won the toss and elected to defer. So Howe will get the football first to start this football game. Caroline, let's before you get away, what's the weather like down there? It's kind of windy up here.
Yeah, it's windy. It's pretty windy, but it feels great out, 80 degrees. But I am the wind is going to play a factor into.
All right, I think we're getting ready for the national anthem. Thank you, Caroline. And let's see, the flag is on the north end. Everything appears to be on the north end here at this stadium. So there we go. And with that, Justin White, it is football time in Texas. I think we're
prayer time.
We're having a prayer immediately.
Please bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, I want to thank you for your graciousness in letting us all get here safely tonight. Lord, it's truly a blessing to be able to have the opportunity to experience nights like this, and I want to thank you for all of the alumni that you've brought back here tonight, and also thank you for the opportunity to have this time to reunite and visit. I pray that everyone has safe travels home tonight, and God, please protect these athletes as they compete tonight in a respectful and worthy manner. It is in Jesus' name that I pray. Amen.
Now.
All right.
Now it's football time.
Now it's football time in Texas.
We've had a national anthem. We've had a prayer. We're ready to go.
We're ready to go. So, again, thank you for joining us. Thanks for listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party. Monty Walker, along with Justin White, Stephen Braswell, Jake Roberts, and Caroline Slauson on the sidelines. Great crew, and hopefully we'll bring you a great game tonight. I think we will. This game could be over very quickly, Justin.
Yeah, both teams like to run the ball, especially Bells. And, especially with Howe, they're going to try to run the ball as well. Ryland Strong can throw the ball downfield, but being without Braden Ulmer, we'll see what they'll do in the backfield with Bryce Piper, see if Garrett Rogers. But yeah, both teams like to run the ball, run the clock. Maybe out of here in bed by 10.
Well, that's an old familiar PA voice. I've been here for many years. It reminds me, I think he was here my senior year, same voice. And what I remember about, we played a game over here my senior year. We had to win by 5 in order to be district champions, and we ended up winning 12-7 in that football game. But the most memorable thing about that moment, ironically, is one of our juniors forgot his pants when we got dressed. His mom had to go back to our field house and get his pants. I won't mention his name, Darren Harrell. Here's the Tech Wave kickoff, going to be taken at the 6-yard line by Garen Langford. Straight up the middle of the field. He'll make his way up to the 26-yard line, and Howe will start there, 1st and 10.
Good thing that player that you mentioned was in Bells and not Boyd.
No doubt.
And could go back home.
He was on the opening. Yeah, he was on the opening kickoff team too. So, they've moved the scoreboard over here because they're doing some construction in the south end, beyond the south end zone, and it's going to be a challenge for me to see the clock most of the evening.
There's a big light pole right in our way.
Right in the middle of the first 2 numbers on the clock, but we'll do our best. 11:55 on the clock here. First play of the game, snap back, thrown to Malachi Daly for his first catch of the year on a screen pass, driven out of bounds quickly, maybe 2 yards up to the 28-yard line.
Bulldogs electing not to go on the ground the first play, and with Braden Ulmer out, other guys going to have to step up, and Malachi Daly with his first catch of the season, able to plow his way for a couple yards.
Kendall O'Brien, who was in the game, another sophomore, on the very first play will check out. Bryce Piper will stand to the right side of Ryland Strong. Alex Mejia is the H-back. Ryken Cross, the slot receiver on the far side, on the near side. He goes in motion, and it's a good thing because the little shovel pass in front of Strong was fumbled by Cross, and there's whistles before this one could get underway, and they'll back them up 5. A false start, it appears, against the Howe Bulldogs. Instead of being second down and 7, I believe, it'll be second. that pole is in my way.
It's second down
at 13.
Yeah, 13.
So from 8 to 13. So where's the ball?
So not only can we not see the scoreboard, we may not be able to trust it either.
Strong this time is going to roll out near side, keeping it himself, trying to find the corner, pushed out of bounds. Minimal gain, it'll be 3rd and long for Howe at around the 24-yard line.
Well, that penalty, you're behind the sticks, and you decide to run the ball, you don't get much out of it. Not even back to the original line of scrimmage. And so you've got to think at this point this is going to be, or maybe you are back to the original line of scrimmage, so it's 3rd and 10. You got to think Ryland Strong's going to have to throw the ball downfield.
Ball at the 27. Strong rolls out right, looking down the field, wanting to throw, fires it down the field, and it's going to be caught by Cross for a first down at the 38-yard line. Or no, they said it's incomplete on the far side. Again, we're almost ground level. We're not very high in the bleachers, and the punt team will come on. As they say, it was either juggled.
He motioned as if he didn't get a foot down.
He caught it cleanly. Yeah, he must have not got his foot down in bounds.
So
Howe goes 3 and out.
Johnny Garcia back to punt, will stand at his own 14-yard line. A low snap, he digs it out, runs to the football. A wind in his face pretty significantly. It's a low kick where Garen Langford's going to kill it at the 42-yard line on the Bell side of the field. So here comes the slot team Mafia. And they'll have it with, I have no idea how much time is on the clock. 11:29. I should have moved down a row. I may have to move down a row. 1st and 10 for Bells, left to right from our vantage point. Howe has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the line of scrimmage, 7 and 3 backers. Here's a handoff on the first play coming near side. Getting away, breaking free is Brown. Jackson Brown picks up a first down up to the 30-yard line. A big gainer there on the very first play. Did I have them spotted at the 42 initially? Is that where they started? 42, okay.
Yes. Long run by Bells. One thing, if you're the Howe Bulldog defense, and they've done a pretty good job this year, is being able to tackle.
Here's a handoff to Thompson on the left side. No one's going to catch him. He bruises his way along the line of scrimmage and then is free. Bryson Thompson scores on play number 2. And quickly, Bells marches 58 yards on 2 plays to get on the scoreboard first tonight.
Quick inside handoff to Thompson. And he's the bell cow for this slot T offense. Scores his 11th rushing touchdown of the season. And Bells hops on very quickly in 2 plays on top of the Howe.
The extra point attempt is up, and that is true. And that is Eddie Bush, the kicker, the sophomore. And Bells leads 7-0 with a 10:59 on the clock here in the first. We'll take a quick timeout, and we'll be right back.
If your home or business could talk, what would it say? It may say it would like some privacy or security. Enjoy the beauty and durability of quality fencing from MTE Fence. MTE Fence is a local company specializing in commercial and residential fencing. MTE Fence ranges from wood, aluminum, and chain link fencing. MTE Fence services all of Grayson County and surrounding areas. Go to mtefence.com or call 903-686-9039 for an estimate. MTE Fence has a passion for connection. We are your connection for quality.
All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights is proud to sponsor the Pride of Howe High School's Bandsman of the Week. Your hometown Bulldog alumni owned and operated business is here for all your seamless gutter and outdoor Christmas lights needs. Give them a call at 903-819-9183 and let them make your house shine really bright this Christmas. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights. Give them a call at 903-819-9183. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights.
Bush's Tech Wave kickoff is going to be a low line drive headed towards Langford, and it's going to roll into the end zone. That'll be a touchback. Your hit roof and exterior scoring drive recap for Bells went very quickly. It only took 2 plays and 58 yards. Capped off by a 30-yard touchdown by Bryson Thompson. It took 30 seconds off the clock, and Bells leads 7-0 with 10:59 remaining in quarter number 1. Howe's going to have to try to answer back, slow it down, take some time, just like Bells likes to do. Chew up some of this clock, but you can't do that if you're going backwards on penalties. Bryce Piper playing the role of Braden Ulmer, and he'll be on the left side of Strong. All receivers are bunched together. This is a shovel pass to Ryken Cross. He'll be hit hard after maybe 3 or 4 yards at the 28-yard line.
Ryken Cross trying to get him in space. Did a pretty good job getting around that edge, but Easton Hartline coming downhill from the quarterback spot lands a pretty good licking on Cross.
Second down at about 7. Cross drops back, throws right, looking for Cross, overshoots him and incomplete. And it'll be 3rd and long now for Howe, moving south into the wind, which is a pretty significant wind. At least a significant breeze.
Brings that 3rd down and 7 for the Bulldogs.
So 3rd and 7.
Yeah, it's pretty significant, and you really need a first down here. You don't want to run 6 plays and give the ball right back to Bells.
Two receivers right, but Strong goes left, finds his man, and an incomplete pass is Garen Langford, and couldn't haul it in at the sideline right in front of the Howe bench, and it'll be punt time again. So quickly, Howe not chewing up any of the clock.
No.
Unlike last week, they are getting 3 and out, getting out of here quickly.
I think it shows how much they miss Braden Ulmer and having that home run threat on the ground. They're trying to lean a little bit more on the passing game, it appears tonight.
Garcia will stand at his own 15-yard line. This time it's a good snap. The punt's a low line drive kick just over the head of the lineman. It's going to take a good Howe roll, but it's stopped by Chris Torres. It still might have rolled another 5, 6, 7 yards, but Torres just picked it up instead of letting it roll. And so Bells will start at about the 43-yard line, where they could have started somewhere around the 35.
Yeah, the ball still has some movement going. As you said, it could have gone another 5, 7, 8 yards.
10-14 on the clock here in quarter number 1 as Bells starts their second drive. Howe did not put up much of a fight at all on the first series. 2 plays it took for the Panthers to go 58 yards. Here's the slot T and a handoff up the middle this time. Driven backwards is the ball carrier, which is Jadarius Washington. And it appears that Dylan Patterson may have come up with the tackle there. We're under 10 minutes, 9:56 on the clock.
this defensive line that has done pretty well all season long. This is going to be their toughest assignment. This is when you really need them to step up. That Alex Mejia and Charlie Vera, Tank Turner, and Bo Stevens, those guys really need to come to play tonight.
Here's a handoff to Thompson, and he'll roll forward. This one across midfield stripe into Howe territory. Not enough for a first down, I don't think. Barely, though. They're going to have third down and less than 1.
And I'll guarantee you they'll go for it on fourth down. So really they need 2 plays to get half a yard, maybe.
Yeah, no question. That's kind of the MO and the reasoning behind doing the slot T. Here's a handoff, left side, breaking away. It's oftentimes hard to see who has the football, but racing down the sidelines in for the score is Thompson, but there's a flag down at about the 18-yard line.
You're right, I couldn't tell who had the ball either. And it's a penalty against Bell, whatever it is, coming back, probably a holding.
This one will come back. It's a spot foul, and it happened pretty far back. Let's check down with our Night Furniture sideline reporter, Caroline. Did you see what may have been the block there?
No, I didn't see what may have been the penalty on that one. I was watching number 33 run it in, and then saw the flag. I knew that the game clocks had not been working. Didn't that happen last year?
You know that the run through that Howe has, it takes so much juice that if they run that into a play clock, sometimes it kills it.
Oh wow!
That's happened a lot. Here's a handoff up the middle. Actually, the slot T goes the other way. And that's the thing about this offense. Howe made a great play right there. So the ball was it's a 1-yard gain. The ball was at the 45-yard line of Howe after the penalty. And now it'll be at the 44. But the slot T is so hard for broadcasters because it's
field level.
Yeah, it's field level for sure, because the misdirection of the offense. Oftentimes you can't tell who has the football, and that's the whole key of that offense. They come back to the line of scrimmage on 2nd down and 9 from the Howe 44. Hand off to Thompson up the middle. Surges forward for maybe 3 yards inside the 40 to the 39-yard line. So give him 5. And again, as you mentioned, Justin, they will go for it on fourth down almost every time. That's the luxury of this offense, is that you're not throwing it on 3rd down and facing a punt. You're continually trying to pick up 3-4 yards at a pop, and when you run this style of offense, odds are you're going to get 3 or 4 yards. It's designed that way. A toss, left side, Washington tries to escape through, has enough for a first down, chased down on the far side, inside the 20 and out of bounds at the 18, 17-yard line.
Darius Washington, the sophomore, 16 carries, 70 yards, coming into the game, only 1 touchdown. He's kind of the speedster, the scat back of this two-headed monster between Thompson and Washington.
And he's about their 3rd back that they've had to use. They've had a lot of injuries. It's kind of fell into his lap, and he's taken over with it.
Ball at the Bulldog 18-yard line.
They run to the line of scrimmage, and they hand off to Thompson along the left side. Flipped end over end. I think a flag was thrown from the side judge on the far side.
Yeah, there is a flag on the play.
And apparently this is a hold against Bells again. So they have a young offensive line. If you'll remember last year, they were all seniors on the offensive line. This year they have Bells has a very young Caden King, who's a tight end, but basically an extra lineman. He's a junior. Jesse Mercado is a junior, the left guard. Rylan Wilson is a junior. He's a center. And the right guard is Josh Cordell, a junior. The only senior on the offensive line is Jacob Lashley, the right tackle. Wanting to pass for one of the very few times of the season is Barnum, but he's going to tuck it and run. Not enough for a first down. He'll get tackled somewhere around the 18-yard line, maybe the 19.
Well, they can afford to do that on first down. It's 1st and 15, 1st and 17. They were able to do that to afford to try to pass the ball downfield. But again, they don't throw the ball very often. Last week they only attempted 4 passes, only completed 1 of them. And 1 of them was actually for a touchdown, a 66-yard touchdown.
Second down and 12. A toss to Washington, left side. Around the edge, down the sidelines. Finally tackled just around the 6-yard line as he was attempting to turn the corner and go in. Garen Langford was there to try to strip the ball away, but couldn't do it, but it did drag him out of bounds. But that's a first down for Bells. It'll be 1st and goal as you hear the Howe crowd.
Yeah, everybody up here in the crowd, including myself, saw that there's a hole on the edge on they held Bo Stevens. Stevens had a chance, at least a beat on the running back. They could have slowed him down, maybe taken him down, but it felt like it got held. So did Coach Harvey.
Hand off to Thompson over right guard, and he's going to skip a little bit over the line to about the 3-yard line. So it'll be 2nd down and goal. Give Thompson 3 yards on that first down carry. 2nd and goal coming up. 3 yards away is Bells.
Yeah, this is Thompson territory right here. He's kind of a bruising back, physical back, and this is all eyes going to be on him to get the tough yards for this 2nd and goal.
They come to the line of scrimmage. Barnum's going to keep it himself, and he's in. Touchdown Bells. They punch it in for the 2nd time tonight on a 3-yard score by Easton Branham. His 3rd touchdown rushing of the season.
And that's the thing with slot T is there's so many different options. You got Washington, you got Thompson, and then you kind of forget about Branham, the quarterback. And Branham got the snap, and there's a crease right between the center and the right guard, and he goes right up the middle for the touchdown.
The PAT by Bush is good, and Bells extends their lead to 14-0 with 5:41 on the clock. We'll take a quick timeout. We'll be back in 60 seconds.
This is 3-year starting kicker Jonathan Garcia. When I kick the ball, I don't need no stinking tea, but I will take a sweet tea at Sonic before, during, and after the game. When I kick on over to Sonic, they have great food and big smiles.
Johnny, get your leg warmed up.
I stay warmed up with Sonic's onion rings and tater tots, not to mention the great drink specials.
Hey, Johnny, we need you to drill this one. Let's go. Bring your tea.
Nah, Coach, I just finished it. It's not just good, it's Sonic good.
Johnny Garcia bangs it through.
No one wants to talk about losing a loved one. The grief that is put on your family is troublesome. Scoggins Funeral Home strives to make that most difficult time the easiest. We want your loved one to be sent off in the best way possible, with your wishes at heart. Call us at 903-482-5225 or visit our website at scogginsfuneralhome.com. 903-482-5225. Our location on Van Alstyne Parkway makes everything close for your needs. 903-482-5225. Scoggins Funeral Home.
Welcome back. 5:41 on the clock. The Tech Wave kickoff is going to land at the 13-yard line, be picked up by Langford at about the 10. Coming near side, a little seam, runs over a defender at the 25-yard line, and Howe will start there, moving right to left from our vantage point. I had to move down just a little bit because of the scoreboard issue.
Is it better?
It is better.
Okay.
It is much better. So your hit, roof, and exterior scoring drive recap for Bells, 10 plays, 57 yards. It took about 4 minutes and 30 seconds off the clock, and it was a 3-yard touchdown by Easton Branham to make it 14-0. You laughing at me?
No, I'm laughing at Nash. He came over there to try to take my water.
So Howe starts at their own 26. They give Langford up to the 26. Man goes in motion, all kinds of. There's a handoff to on the right side. New running back for Howe, which will be Noah Seaver. There is a flag. There was some confusion in the backfield as that play was beginning. And Ryland Strong pleading his case to the official. The officials tonight are Joe DeGraw, the referee. The umpire is Terry Beckham. The head linesman is Jack Williams. The line judge is Chad Patrick Lacan. The back judge, Travis Newman. The field judge, Ron Alcorn. And the side judge, John Patrick Wickham. They'll back the ball up to the 21-yard line. And it'll remain first down, but it'll be 1st and 15. Strong wants to throw. Malachi Daly makes his second catch of the year, and this one is a fairly good gainer up to the 28-yard line. So now Howe will be facing a second down and somewhere around 7 yards.
At least you kind of get some yards back. I know it sounds cliche, but you really just got to focus on one play at a time and try. You just need to get a first down, if anything, just to kind of keep your head above water.
Well, you got to play. You can't play from behind the sticks.
No.
Snap back. Strong rolls right. Looks down the field. Fires. Throws. Incomplete. Again, looking for Daly, but he can't haul that one in at the 35-yard line. It would have been close to a first down. But how airing it out without BU, is that somewhat surprising to you?
A little bit. I mean, you're down BU. You don't have Garrett Rogers either. I mean, this Bulldog backfield is banged up. Say that 3 times. I mean, you got Bryce Piper and Seaver in their running back.
Strong again, rolls right, looks down the field. A little further, this one is going to be caught. Making the catch near midfield is Kendall O'Brien, his first catch of the season. And that's a big one. Enough for a first down. There's your first down of the game for the Howe Bulldogs.
You needed that just for confidence purposes. And good throw by Strong. Good adjustment by O'Brien because it was a little bit high. He had to adjust in the air, but able to come down with it and get a first down, and much needed first down for this Bulldog offense.
O'Brien checks out of the game. He'll get a breather. Lankford will go split out wide to the right. Cross just in step of him. Everybody else in tight. Seaver in the backfield and a pistol behind Strong, who's going to run it along the right side. He'll get across midfield, but not much further than that, and it's some extracurricular. Strong wants a flag as he was really pummeled at the end of that run.
Well, I think that was Strong and kind of pushed his way for an extra few yards. I saw the same thing. I saw somebody get pushed over, and I thought it was somebody tussling, still blocking. That was Strong, still running.
So they'll give him the yardage after he took that punishing hit. The officials are going to talk about this.
I wonder if they're talking about forward progress. If he was, where's the ball spotted at? You say that's
it's a 45 now. He got slung forward about 3 yards after whistles might have blown, but I can't recall hearing a whistle to stop play.
No. And I wonder if that's Coach West is protesting.
That would be the only argument I could think, is that he's saying that a whistle blew, which stopped forward progress. But his argument is going to go for naught.
Now Coach Harvey's coming out to get an explanation.
Well, I say that.
Right now, it's still at the 45.
Harvey's all the way out, almost to the top of the B, talking to the official. There were some issues last week with the officials as Justin Dozier for Leonard was coming out almost all the way on the field, and the side judge, was doing nothing about it. So Harvey thought, hey, I'm just going to start walking out there too. And then they told him, you got to get back. He said, are you kidding me? Dozier's walking all the way out there. And they said they would fix it in the second half and never got fixed. So Harvey was none too happy about that issue. They're still talking to Dale West over there. They talked to Dale West from Bells, came over here, talked to Andrew Harvey. And now Harvey's getting a little frustrated. They're going back to talk to Dale West. And this is over what appears to be a 3-yard spot. Now that's a big 3 yards because it's second down and 3 for Howe. Without that, it would be second down and probably 6.
6 or 7, yeah. And as hard as it's been for the Bulldogs to get first downs, they need every yard they can get right now.
The crowd is starting to get restless over here on the visiting side. All the fans in black are making their voices heard about their frustrations about this 3 yards. Dale West goes over and shakes the hand of Garen Lankford during this pause.
Now
they're going to move it back. And now Andrew Harvey's got both hands up to the sky and wants an explanation. And he's saying, hey, you're letting Dale West talk you into this? West is looking across the field. Harvey is clearly in disgust about this decision. And now Harvey is talking to offensive coordinator Justin Graham about something.
You can't change the call. You made it on the field. You run with it. You don't change it.
So they're discussing maybe what they want to do here. Did you see a flag?
No, I didn't see a flag. That's got to be talking about the forward progress.
49-yard line of the Panthers.
So right now they brought it back to the 49.
Man, this is a long conversation.
You know, I thought we were going to get out of here in a very efficient time tonight, but they're doing everything they can to slow this down.
And they're moving it back now.
Now they're going to move it back on the Howe side at the 48-yard line. This is incredible.
So you went from like a 7-yard gain, 8-yard gain to like a 1.
They're going to replay the down. So it'll be 1st and 10.
Wow.
From the 47-yard line. You got to be kidding me.
You and Braz are going to have to do some erasing on your stats from that run.
Handoff to Seaver, coming near side, trying to cut, find a seam, gets up to the 50. He'll gain 3. But that was a lot of talking. And now the Bulldogs will switch.
Man, just when you thought you had a positive gain with Strong.
So your normal personnel will check into the game, and Garen Langford will go split out wide to the near side. Moving right to left from our vantage point, slot receiver Kendall O'Brien and Ryken Cross. Strong looks, finds Langford on the screen pass. He's going to be knocked down close to a first down.
He got popped pretty good.
At the 45-yard line, and he might be a little dizzy after that. Was that a helmet to helmet?
It would have been probably. He's gone to the sidelines. Ricky Ake's going to look at him because he got popped pretty good. I want to say that was by Cutter Payton. I'm not sure.
Ball's at the 45, and it's 3rd down and a long 2.
Wild Dog without BU.
It's Bo Stevens as the Wild Dog. We've seen this before in years past. Snap back to Stevens. He's going to run right side, lowers the shoulder, and he gets drilled. They just stop him in his tracks, and they're all dragging him backwards. That one had no chance, as Stevens could not get to the line of scrimmage quick enough. They'll give him forward progress, I thought, but that's going to be a big loss.
Big defensive linemen is Tanner Saxon and Josh Cordell. The defensive ends, big guys right there, able to get some penetration, and Stevens couldn't really get going.
So 4th down and 6.
And Stevens is a physical runner, but maybe just not the likes of BU.
On 4th down, they were trying to draw Bells off sides, and Dylan Patterson flinched for Howe. So now it'll be punt time for sure as you back it up 5. 4th down and 11 coming up.
I like the thought, but
you got to hold your ground there. Strong went with a hard count, and Patterson's the one who bit.
Number 32, Jonathan Garcia, back to punt for the Bulldogs.
So Garcia will stand at his own 36-yard line to punt this one away into the wind. 1:18 on the clock. Low end-over-end kick, going to bounce at the 30. Take a Howe roll, and Bells will start on the deep side of their field for the first time tonight around their 20-yard line or so. Maybe, right around their 20, I believe. Again, we're almost field level, and we're in the bleachers. So it's kind of hard to see what it's like down there. We had one game, we were talking in the pregame show, that we're at about the 34-yard line on the north end, and one year they played the entire game down on the other side of the field, and we didn't know what was happening in the slot T. Here's a quick hitter, and Tank Turner is going to stand up the ball carrier and bring him back. Minimal gain there for Bells, maybe a yard. It'll be 2nd down and 8, or 9 rather, as we near the end of the first quarter. They don't put the yard mark on the scoreboard, so there's absolutely hardly any chance of us knowing what the what the yard line is, because we're so low to the ground. Handoff left side. Thompson, he's met at the line of scrimmage, and finally the Howe defense is starting to play a little bit on the front of the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, it took them a couple of possessions, but they're starting to bow their neck a little bit here and get some penetration up front and at least make the Bells Panthers work for it. Looks like that's going to be maybe the last play of the game.
Of the game?
Yeah, it's over already. Last play of the quarter.
We'll find out where the ball's spotted when they bring it over here when we get back after this 60-second timeout. It's 14-0. Bells in the lead after 1.
Who's your local plumber? Brother Plumber. It's good to know someone local and someone you can trust when your home or office drops the ball.
Mainline break, 15 yards.
Brother Plumber is plumb professional and serves not only Howe, but also all of Grayson County. And you can save yourself 10% if you mention Go Bulldogs. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. We'd love to help. Brother Plumber is one call away at 469-968-4487. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. Remember, Go Bulldogs.
Real estate is the key to building long-term wealth. Hi, I'm Dana Thornhill, a local Keller Williams realtor. If you're thinking about buying or selling a home, I can help you. Call the Llama Realty Group. Call 903-821-6890 and ask us about our complimentary services. Opportunities in North Texas are growing quickly, and the Llama Realty Group can help you with all your real estate needs. Just like here at the stadium, execution is the name of the game. The Llama Realty Group gets the job done. Call 903-821-6890 today. Each Keller Williams office is independently owned and operated.
We enter quarter number 2 with Bells leading 14-0. They come back on the field in the north end zone. Now they're moving from our right to left. It's a better vantage point we have. There's a handoff on a reverse to Brown going the far side. He gets away, got a lot of open running space, crosses the 40, coming to midfield, crosses that, 45, 40. He could go 30, 20, trying to pick up a block, and he gets one, and he goes to the house. 78 yards for Jackson Brown on the third play of the drive, on the first play of the second quarter, and Bells extends their lead 20-0, awaiting this Bush PAT with 11:43 left to go in the second.
Kind of an end around the tackle, the right tackle, good blocking ahead, and then angled it back the other way. It's just everybody got a hat on everybody, and Bells just with that misdirection and they're just a machine with that slot T, I tell you.
Well, they've got 2 flags over there that say Slot T Mafia, and that they are, folks. Here's the Bush PAT, which is true, and Bells leads 21-0 with 11:43 left to go in the second. We'll be back in 60 seconds.
Here's some things to never mess with if you're not a trained professional. Caging a bulldog. Removing copperheads. And electricity. Don't get shocked. Call Rapid Electric. Rapid Electric is here for all your electrical needs. Just like you wouldn't try to become a pro boxer or president. Not a joke. You need a pro to keep your electricity humming. Don't get shocked. Rapid Electric serves the Grayson County area. Call them at 903-421-8100.
At Independent Financial, supporting our community is at the heart of what we do, which is why we are pleased to support the Howe Bulldogs. Investing in others and helping our neighbors thrive is what we do, and our friendly, knowledgeable banking team is rooting for you in your financial success. Whether you're saving for college, planning for your family's future, or working to grow your business, we'd love to help you accomplish your goals. Come see us at our location on South Denny or visit us at ifinancial.com. Go Bulldogs! We're cheering for a winning season. Member FDIC.
Your hit roof and exterior scoring drive recap for Bells. 2 plays, 78 yards. It was a Jackson Brown, actually 2 plays, 80 yards. It was a Jackson Brown 78-yard touchdown on the first play of the second quarter. Brings our new score 21-0 with 11:43 left to go in the third. Here's your Tech Wave kickoff. A short squibber going to be taken by an up man. And Howe will have the ball near the 30 to start this next drive. That drive took only 1:37 off the clock for Bells. You know, they've been known for long drives, and so far on each of their scoring drives, only one has been more than 3 plays, and that was the 10-play drive. in the middle of the first quarter. The others 3 plays, and the last one 2 plays.
And they're big long runs, too. Big home runs.
Ball spotted at the 29. 11:37 on your second quarter clock. And Noah Seaver in the backfield on the right side of Strong. 2 receivers near side. Ball fumbles through Strong's hands, and now he's going to run with it around the right. Can't find anywhere to go. A nice job of scraping by the Bells defender. And Strong may have been hit for a loss there.
Got a late flag come through.
I think Malachi Daly was hit late. And I'm not sure if Caroline was there or not.
Got a flag on the play.
But I'm pretty sure that happened on Malachi Daly.
It happened toward the end of the play, so it was probably something of that nature, some kind of personal foul against Bells.
Well, that'll help the Bulldogs offensively. Now, when you're BU-less, you need about 3 or 4 of those every drive.
No kidding.
You just take it for the team, Malachi.
Yeah, let them just kick you around and push you around and give us 3 personal foul penalties.
They'll move it up to the 35-yard line.
Ball at the Bulldog 35-yard line.
And Strong's going to throw. Caught by O'Brien. Hit hard immediately. And somehow he held on for the catch. Now, after the play, he was hit hard by Easton Hartline, but give the credit to O'Brien there, who somehow managed to hang on to that all the way to the turf. 5-yard gain.
Yeah, just a quick out pattern, and when he caught it, he didn't even have a chance to turn around, and Hartline was coming downhill. As soon as he turned his head, Hartline was right there, just nailed it.
And Hartline got up like he had just murdered someone. He got up with, pumping his fists.
Stomping around.
But O'Brien was the hero of that play. Here's Strong going to keep it on the read option around the left side. A lot of running room. Clipped out of bounds. Clipped down hard at midfield. Good to see him get up. That's one of those shots you take to the legs where he goes down hard and you worry about a thigh bruise, but Strong pops back up, and Howe on the Bell side of the field at the 49-yard line.
Strong has been successful with some decent runs tonight. Kind of the only offense that the Bulldogs have really had are Ryland Strong quarterback keepers.
They say he stepped out of bounds or got out of bounds. The clock is stopped at 10:26. Now action has stopped, so the officials are having a word here. Are they going to move this one back 5 yards or so?
Yeah, why is it when Howe has a positive yardage, and even with Ryland Strong, just like the last time, there's a stoppage in play, and officials are talking to the offensive line for Howe.
It appears that we have an officials timeout. We'll take one too. We'll be back in just a moment as Bells leads 21-0 with 10:26 left in the second.
This is more than a bundle. This is way more than a combo deal. It's your sanctuary, your home field. It's where everything happens. This is your home, your car, your memories. And you want to be sure they're protected with home and auto insurance. As your State Farm agent, I get it. That's why I'm here to help life go right. My name is Ed Meacham, and I'm your Howe State Farm agent. Give me a call at 903-892-3923 or on the web at MrRedInsurance.com.
So hot up here. Roger must think he's preaching a Hellfire Sunday sermon.
I know. He won't ever turn the air on.
Monty, you recover that fumble.
The only name that comes to mind is Lucifer.
Charles Furr? Got it.
Baker Air Conditioning and Heating has been in Howe for over 50 years. They've been in business that long because they're just good people. If you've been told you need expensive repairs, get a second opinion with Baker Air Conditioning and Heating. Call 903-532-6255.
Fifth quarter tonight is going to be a hot one.
I bet.
Not sure what the officials were talking about. The ball has not been moved in either direction. Harvey was none too happy as he walked out onto the B. And here's Strong going to throw. Swing pass out, cross, caught midfield, 45 down the sideline, slung out of bounds at about the 42-yard line. They'll spot him at the 43. Minimal gain, but a nice swing pass over there. Gain of about 6.
I like what he did when he threw it across. He kind of led him upfield just a little bit, so the cross kind of catch that on the run. And was able to kind of shake and bake his way for 7-8 yards.
2nd down and 4 for Howe, 10:19 on the clock. And it is stopped as Cross went out of bounds. Strong wants it with Seaver to his right. He's going to tuck it and keep it. Thompson breathing down his neck, and Strong's going to be close to a 1st down, and I think he got it right at the stick at the 39-yard line.
Good job by Strong.
Nice wherewithal by your quarterback to know where the stick is.
Sophomore quarterback too, and just it was like a race to the marker, and able to slip in there out of bounds to get the 1st down.
Langford split out on the far side with Kendall O'Brien. Malachi Daly and Riken Cross on the near side, heading left to right from our vantage point. Strong drops back 3 steps, looks to hammer it down, does hammer it down, looking in the direction of Kendall O'Brien, who goes up for it and comes down with it. He strolls in the end zone from the 5-yard line. Kendall O'Brien, where have you been, young man? Touchdown time in Texas, and Howe's on the board with 10:03 on the clock.
At first I thought, is that a good throw? Bells rushes 3, drops back 8, and he throws it right between the safety and the cornerback, and O'Brien makes a great grab at its highest point and able to slip between 2 defenders and in for the touchdown.
He caught it about the 5, turned around, and his eyes got huge. Here's Garcia's PAT. It barely makes it over the center. No good, and Howe will cling to 6 points, trailing 21-6 with 10:03 on the clock. Here in the second. We'll be back in 60 seconds.
Got hail? Get Hit. Help your home and your community at the same time. Hit Roof and Exteriors has been on the job locally since 2012. Hail damage, wind damage, roof leaks, exterior paint and siding, replace it or repair it, we've got you covered. Hit Roof and Exteriors has been building solid roofs all across North Texas for over 11 years. We will work with your insurance company or your budget to get your home happy again. For a free estimate or inspection, call 972-977-1523. Hit Roof and Exteriors. Got hail? Get hit.
At Grayson Cullen Electric Cooperative, GCEC, we have been around for over 80 years and are governed by 7 principles: open and voluntary membership, democratic member control, members' economic participation, autonomy and independence, education, training, and information, cooperation among cooperatives, and concern for community. One of our communities is Howe, Texas, and GCEC is proud to support the Howe Bulldogs.
Your Hit Roof and Exterior scoring drive recap for Howe. 5 plays, 75 yards. A 39-yard touchdown from Ryland Strong to Kendall O'Brien was the score as your Tech Wave kickoff rolls into the end zone by Johnny Garcia. And Bells will take it at their own 25. We are searching for Caroline. But I do not see her. Oh, where? Oh, there she is.
Oh, it's not working. There we go.
There you go.
My mom, I had to take care of my child and get him settled in here. I have no idea what you've been saying. I'm so sorry.
That's all right. We'll catch up later. Slot T Mafia handoff on the right side of the offensive line. Dragon House Bulldog defenders on the backside, and that's Bryson Thompson again, and he'll gain 6 yards or so up to the 32-yard line, maybe 7 yards. And this is very reminiscent of what Howe Bulldog fans used to see back in the Tyler Grisham days. It's really no different. It's just the same offense, just different cast of characters.
Plug and play.
Easton Branham still in the huddle, but everybody runs to the line of scrimmage now. Branham is going to throw, looking out right side, deep down the field, looking for his receiver who makes the catch down at the 30-yard line.
What a catch.
Great catch by Caden King, the tight end, who snuck away.
There is a flag.
Caroline says there's a flag.
It looks to be
maybe pass interference.
Yeah, pass interference. So they're going to decline that, obviously.
Eli Stoner was in coverage, and Branham with a great touch on that pass downfield.
And a great catch by King. And so the ball will be spotted now at the 27-yard line.
Bell's not afraid to air it out when we needed.
41 yards on the pass and catch. Here's the end around reverse. Brown again. He scored on this a moment ago, trying to do so again, and he sticks that one in the end zone. 27-yard touchdown by Jackson Brown. And Bells is on the board again, making it 27-6. Awaiting the Bush PAT coming up with 9:01 on the clock.
They just have so many different ways to beat you. Inside handoffs, ends around, end arounds, and so many different players to do it.
Bush's PAT appears to be good, and it is. Our new score at Panthers Stadium in Bells, Texas is 28-6. 9:01 on the clock here in the second. We'll be back after this.
Anchors with a Z Boat and RV Storage is located 1 mile off of U.S. Highway 75 in Howe, Texas. Anchors Boat and RV Storage is proud to bring personal, small-town customer service to the growing area of North Texas. With both open and covered parking available, locally owned and operated, members of the Howe Area Chamber of Commerce and the Texas Self-Storage Association. Anchors Boat and RV Storage has 20 amp power available and is manager occupied at 311 Old Highway 6 in Howe. Visit anchorsboatrvstorage.com or call 903-444-25.
Hi everyone, my name is Presley Harrell, class of 2025 cheerleader and cross-country runner.
This is Talon Haley, senior basketball player and Howe High School record-setting golfer.
Hi, this is Camry Snap and I'm a graduating volleyball and softball player.
This is Braden Wilmer, class of 2025. I play football, baseball, and I run track.
We would like to thank the Howe Athletic Booster Club for their support and encourage anyone wanting to be a part of supporting Howe's athletes to reach out for more information.
Go Dogs!
Your Tech Wave kickoff may have been recovered by Bells. It was a short kick, and I believe that was O'Brien, the up man, who tried to field it and did not get to the ball in time, and Bells did. So Howe's defense will go back out on the field. Your hit roof and exterior scoring drive recap for Bells: 3 plays, 75 yards. Took 58 seconds off the clock. And it was a 27-yard touchdown by Jackson Brown, his second of the evening. And there's 8:57 on the clock at Bells Panthers Stadium. So Bells with not an onside kick recovery. Here is Thompson going to be dragged down right about the line of scrimmage, which is on the other side of the field and very hard for us to determine, but I believe it's near the 30-yard line.
Well, if you had a game plan was to not turn the ball over and give them more possessions, and you nearly need to get turnovers to steal some possessions. And you haven't got any turnovers, and you've turned the ball over now and given them an extra possession.
8:25 on the clock.
And haven't been able to get a stop in, 5 possessions?
Branham will hand it to the first man through, and he gets driven backwards by that Howe front defensive line, including Tank Turner, and it'll be 2nd down and 10.
And the thing about this offense, this slot T, is, with all the spread offenses out there, you just don't see this. And so you have to go from, defending 4 or 5 receiver wide to defending 10 guys in a box and a lot of misdirection. And it's just hard to teach and hard to prepare for in a week's time.
I'll try to tell this story between plays. Branham sends a man in motion and a fumble. The ball's on the turf. Howe has a chance to recover. A flag is down also. Howe says they have the football. Bo Stevens points the other direction, and getting off the turf is Brevin Mayo with the football, but
nobody's cheering.
We're going to check the flag.
Nobody's cheering for Howe. Let's see what the flag is.
And they're going to give Howe the football here. So now you'll start to hear a little bit of cheering with 7:30 on the clock. So Bells fumbles, and it was Washington on the carry.
It it was a false start against Bells. Penalty obviously was declined, and Howe gets the turnover.
So that kickoff return problem a moment ago never happened, right?
Basically, it canceled itself out.
So Howe with the football, as I think it was Brevin Mayo who recovered it. I'm going to give him credit anyway. I like those Mayo kids. So 1st and 10 left to right, and we were talking, gosh, there's a timeout on the field. We better take one or we may not get them in tonight. We'll be back in 60 seconds. Bells leads 28-6 with 7:30 on the clock.
Buying and or selling your next home or property should be an enjoyable experience. At Texoma Land and Home Team, our commitment to the personal relationship of each transaction ensures communication you expect, while assuring that we'll be here the next time you need us. We're not a big box real estate company by design. This freedom allows us to be fully at your service. Texoma Land and Home Team, Renee Nichols Broker, 903-818-1645. Texoma Land and Home Team, for all your real estate needs, 903-818-1645.
Welcome back. I was going to talk about the evolution of the Texas high school football air raid type situation. When I was doing Denison games in the late 90s, early 2000s, Todd Dodge, South Lake Carroll, changed the entire way that people played football. He showed up airing it out. Chase Daniels and those cats. And all of a sudden you take a few years of that, and even the middle school kids, they start running it. And Denison, meanwhile, was still running Power Eye too tight. As we'll get back to that here in a moment. Rylan Strong is going to hand off. Nope, on the reverse, Riken Cross. He's got a little speed, trying to get away, can't do it. Great defensive play back there. And that may be a loss. Cross thought he kept his footing, but they're going to catch him for a fairly significant loss on the reverse of about 5 yards thereabouts. So Denison runs the Power Eye too tight set. Meanwhile, nobody was facing that. The middle school kids who grew up trying to defend this new air raid type West Coast offense didn't want any part of a leading ISO fullback coming right at them. Strong rolls out right, looks down the field, finds Malachi Daly near the sidelines, tight roping, and he makes the catch. Not enough for a first down, but gets him within striking distance for a 3rd down. And that'll spot it at about the 29-yard line. Gain of about 7. But there for the longest time, Bob Brown and Denison, they were just wearing out defenses, because by that time they were basically, the defenses had removed your big linebacker type. Here's Strong rolling out to the left, looking deep down the field, finds a missile, going to be caught. O'Brien again. Where have you been, young man? At the 50-yard line. One of his favorite receivers tonight for sure. That's O'Brien's 3rd catch, and a big one for a first down.
O'Brien making a lot of catches in traffic.
And so by this time they had all of those big backers, big linebackers, like I played. I was a big backer. Well, those guys were gone. They were replacing them with kind of cornerback type guys.
Guys that go sideline to sideline.
Strong's pass is out in front of Cross, who tries to one-hand it down around his ankles and can't come up with it. It'll be 2nd down and 10 from the 50. But you take one of those, we called them cornerbackers. You take one of those kids and you run a fullback at that kid, and he'll take 1 or 2 plays, and that's it. You got the rest of the game because he don't want none.
And they kept running that, huh?
Kept running the Power Eye too tight for many years, and were very successful.
Be 2nd down and 10 for the Bulldogs.
Howe with a 2nd down and 10. Strong turns, hands to Piper, who's going to break free for a first down inside the 40. Really, for one of the first times there's a flag down, Stephen Braswell tells us. And it's going to be a hold apparently against Howe. But one of the first times Bryce Piper is carrying the football after that, after last week and that last drive and how successful they were on that last drive. running him between the tackles. One would think, including myself, that he would get a heavy dose tonight. He hasn't so far.
Yeah, it's been a lot of either Ryland Strong or Noah Seaver. But yeah, I haven't seen a lot of Bryce Piper tonight. It's kind of surprising.
So that'll place the ball back at the Howe 45-yard line. It'll be second down and about 15. As we hit the 5:56 mark, clock is stopped.
Ball at the Bulldog 45.
I'm not sure exactly why. Strong rolls out right, looking down the field, throws an intermediate pass to guess who? O'Brien. And he's slung down close to a first down at the 43-yard line.
Tackle made by number 24, Asa Curtis.
That kid's starting to be my favorite player.
Kidding. Everybody, he's stepping up with all the injuries that Howe has come into tonight. He's taking advantage of the opportunities. Strong has been able to complete a lot of his passes when he kind of sprints out to the left or right side.
Third down and 3.
Hasn't thrown a lot of passes from the pocket necessarily.
Piper in the game to the left side. Strong's going to keep it. Right tackle. Got the first down right at the sticks at the 40. And they'll move him. And he took a little shot at the end. Gets up, lifting his right leg up like he's stretching, doing high knees. But he's going to appear to be fine as we hit the 5-minute mark here in the second quarter.
I will say that about this Bills defense. They've been popping some guys tonight.
O'Brien and Cross and Daly will go on the left side, split out. Strong drops back 3 steps, looks left, fires it deep down the field. He's got Malachi Daly, but he undershoots him, and Daly doesn't adjust to the football to come back to it, and it falls incomplete around his feet. That was a good thought.
It was a good thought. He got behind the coverage, and it was going to be a walk into the end zone, but just kind of, as you said, undershot him just a little bit, and Daly didn't really adjust until later. By that time, it was too late and fell incomplete.
Second down and 10, 4:32 on the clock.
We're seeing this a lot more tonight. He's hammering it downfield.
Well, they're definitely using their quarterback more tonight than they have at any point in the season. Piper to the right side of Strong, who drops back again, rolls right, looking down the field, fires an intermediate pass, caught by Daly, first down at the 30-yard line. He fought for that football, as for a moment I thought it was going to be intercepted.
He squeezed it into a window.
And now a flag. Carroll, and now one of the highest thrown flags I have ever seen in 30 years. That thing was thrown 70, 80, 90 feet up in the air.
And I think it's going to be on Harvey. Harvey must have said something. There was already a holding against Howe, and then a sportsmanlike conduct against. He pointed toward the Bulldogs sideline. I'm going to assume that's on Coach Harvey.
So why Harvey was so fired up is because after the play, Jacob Griffo was hit late, and he was laid out on the floor, and then the ref threw a flag, but then he picked it up. So that's why Harvey was so fired up, and he clearly said something to the ref that drew a flag from whatever he said.
So Howe, after Daly had made the catch, Howe had made it all the way to the Bells 30. But after the penalties, they're going to bring it back to the 35-yard line in Howe territory.
Brings up second down and 35 for the Bulldogs.
That is one costly set of penalties.
So yeah, you get a holding penalty and then unsportsmanlike conduct. Man.
And I'm telling you, that flag was launched up in the air. Strong drops back 3 steps, looks left. Steps up in the pocket, he's going to run. He's got a little bit of room in front of him, tries to shake the defender, and a good open field tackle made by Asa Curtis, or Strong would have picked up another 15, 20 yards. But he does pick up enough to get back to the 46-yard line, but Howe's facing a third and close to the Red River.
That time he kind of stayed in the pocket, was looking downfield, didn't see anything. Again, they only rushed 3. They've only been rushing 3 pretty much all night long. And Strong, here he goes. There you go quickly.
Rolling out to the right, looking, searching for someone in trouble, now fires it out of bounds. And it'll be caught by a Bulldog player on the sidelines, but now it's 4th down and punt time for Garcia. Very promising drive just ended not only on a holding call, but when your head coach loses his cool like that, maybe he had a reason.
Yeah.
But you've still got to keep that in check.
And what was interesting, he was going toward the referee and was one of the other officials that threw the flag on Harvey. So apparently, again, he said some magic words or said something that got attention of another official, not the one he was directing it at.
Harvey is an emotional fella. High snap.
Uh-oh.
Garcia brings it down. He'll boot this one away. High end over end kick, or a low intermediate. It's going to bounce inside the killed at the 6-yard line. So Howe lets it roll all the way down, and Bells will start from their own 6. By far the worst field position that they have started at so far this evening. There's 3:29 on the clock in quarter number 2.
Plenty of time for this Panther offense.
You know, they like to put together long, methodical drives, but with 3:29, they've got a long drive at 94 yards to go, but can this offense go quickly? So far tonight, they've gone very quickly on some of their drives.
And they get the ball to start the second half, too. They deferred.
Branham comes to the line of scrimmage. They catch Howe off sides. Officials blow the ball dead, but on the far edge, Bo Stevens went on the first snap count, and that one might have been on 3. As Bells will now have a little bit more breathing room as they'll move it on up to the 11-yard line. And that's how you gain yardage without the clock moving off, right?
Yes. And Steven, I think it was the offside was on Stevens. And I saw him earlier in the game where he was timing the snap count. So I guess Coach West saw something over there and changed the cadence up.
1st down and 5, straight up the middle. And a 1st down run by the quarterback, Branham, who will make his way up near the 20 at the 19-yard line.
Branham saw a crease right between the center and the right guard.
I'm not sure how many timeouts Bells has. It appears to be 2. I'm not sure how accurate that is. We'll check down with Caroline Slauson, our Night Furniture sideline reporter, and after this play. Man goes in motion is Jackson Brown. He gets the carry on the right side. This time he's corralled near the line of scrimmage after a minimal gain up to the 21-yard line. Let's check down with Caroline. You've got a great view down there. What's your thoughts so far of this football game?
Yeah, guys, I mean, my face in north. We talked a lot of the.
Uh-oh.
Here we go. Is that good?
We'll come right back to you. Here's a flag down, and that'll give us a good chance. I think this is going to be against Bells. Go ahead, Caroline.
We were talking last week about the fight in this team and how
we're so low to the turf that we're having these.
Was she need to turn back toward us, maybe?
Maybe that.
Well, when we were testing, go ahead, Caroline. We'll try it.
That.
You're going to have to come back closer to us, I believe. She's down around the end zone. We had these technical issues during the pregame, and we're not sure why, but we think it may be because we're so close to the ground that our sideline mics are not able to have enough signal. Here's a run by Thompson, passing the 20-yard line to the 23.
Number 9, Bo Stevens.
Bill seems to be in no hurry right now.
We had a lot of technical issues when we were testing things out prior to the game. It was almost like, okay, what's going to break now? What's next? Stephen Braswell had the wireless mics out on the field, and it was like Caroline's mic just then, but it was the whole time. And we still can't figure out why. 3rd down and 7 coming up right now for Bells as Branham hands off on the far side. And a good job by the Howe defense to snuff it out. 1:30 left to go, and we could get to a situation where Howe may call a timeout. It's 4th down and 4 for Bells.
And Harvey's going to call a timeout.
1:19 on the clock. We're going to take a quick one 28-6, Bells in the lead. We'll be right back.
If your home or business could talk, what would it say? It may say it would like some privacy or security. Enjoy the beauty and durability of quality fencing from MTE Fence. MTE Fence is a local company specializing in commercial and residential fencing. MTE Fence ranges from wood, aluminum, and chain link fencing. MTE Fence services all of Grayson County and surrounding areas. Go to mtefence.com or call 903-686-9039 for an estimate. MTE Fence has a passion for connection. We are your connection for quality.
All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights is proud to sponsor the Pride of Howe High School's Bandsman of the Week. Your hometown Bulldog alumni owned and operated business is here for all your seamless gutter and outdoor Christmas lights needs. Give them a call at 903-819-9183 and let them make your house shine really bright this Christmas. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights. Give them a call at 903-819-9183. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights.
Bell's back to punt, and this one's close to being blocked, but it's a high kick. Going to be no, Cross did not catch it, but thankfully for Howe, it bounces straight up and not past him, and Howe will have it at their own 46-yard line to start what appears to be the final drive of the first half, unless something crazy happens. But Howe needs to get in the end zone here desperately because Bells is going to get the football first to start the second half.
Well, give credit to Coach Harvey, staying aggressive. He could have just let that clock run out, but instead calls a timeout, gets the ball at his own 48-yard line, so a decent field position. See if he tries to hammer it downfield again.
Well, Bells has got to be spotting Kendall O'Brien by this point. Strong wants it, drops back, steps up in the pocket. He's going to take off and run around the far side. He's got enough for a first down, goes out of bounds around the 40, actually the 38-yard line thereabouts. So a nice run of about, well, let's see. That would be 70, 80, 15 yards. Math.
They play, and I noticed the defensive backs and secondary, they play off these receivers quite a bit. So there's a little bit of a cushion, a lot of a cushion between them and the receiver.
Strong rolls right, looks down the field, throws, caught by O'Brien, who takes a pop but hangs on again. My goodness. What a display he's putting on tonight. Ball at the 34-yard line. Only a gain of 4, but my gosh, he looks like Gronk.
Brad, not to put you on the spot, is that probably his 5th catch, you think, of the night?
I think 4th or 5th for sure. Strong fires, one-hops his receiver, which is Jeremiah Thornton, and that falls incomplete. So Howe now faces a 3rd and 6 with 31 seconds remaining.
I like a Ryland Strong quarterback keeper. Maybe around the edge.
Well, you've got 2 timeouts remaining, so that is part of your thought process. 2 receivers on either side for Howe at the Bells 33-yard line. Strong, we're going to roll out far side, looks down the field, throws it, and it's almost picked off, and it might be. At the 30-yard line, Strong is picked off for the 8th time this year. Tried to throw a dart on the far side, and Bells comes up with it.
Again, like I said, they're playing off, but as soon as that ball is thrown, they're coming downhill quickly. And whoever it was over there, I didn't see that in the secondary, was just stepped right in front of the receiver to pick off the pass, right in front of the Bells bench. And Bells now with 26 seconds.
And 2 timeouts.
Yeah.
Branham to the line of scrimmage. Washington gets the carry up the middle. I'm pretty sure I saw a flag down across the field.
It's hard to tell if sometimes there's a flag because they're yellow. The flag's yellow and Bells is yellow, and sometimes something goes up in the air and we're at field level. I can't tell if it's a football or a flag or
the ball's
a towel or what.
The ball's at the 34, and they're not moving either direction. So give Washington 3 yards, and it's 2nd down and 7 with 19 seconds left. But the officials are taking their time here.
Yeah, if there was a flag, they're not enforcing it on anybody.
Can y'all?
There we go.
Garen Langford is out for the game.
Oh, no.
boy.
What, do we have a prognosis, or should we
I do not, no.
Okay. Yikes.
He did get hit in the head, or appeared to be hit in the head earlier, and looked a little
Yeah,
shaky.
he got lit up pretty good.
It looked like a head-to-head. This is the penalty, or whatever this is, they're going to move the ball up for Bells. Of course they are, to the 46-yard line. 36-yard line. Branham is going to keep it around the right edge. Another flag is down, and he goes out of bounds on the far side with 14 seconds remaining. Well, that's not great news, as the Bulldogs have already lost Braden Omer, obviously, for a little while.
I mentioned this last week. This is where you really would need a bye week, just to kind of nurse these injuries. And you're without Ulmer, you're without Rogers, now you're without Langford. And you don't get a bye for another 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Officials are talking about it at the 36-yard line, about this flag. This has got to be the slowest moving officiating crew I think I've ever seen. I mean, are they getting paid by the hour or by the minute? I'm not sure what's going on here.
Now they're picking up the flag.
Well, they're moving it up to the 42-yard line.
It's going to be enough for the first down, looks like. And Harvey is, I guess they waved the flag off. They did wave the flag off, and the Brown was enough for a first down.
14 seconds on the clock. Branham turns, tosses to Thompson. Gets around the edge, and he brings a freight train behind him. He'll have enough for a first down and gets out of bounds with 5 seconds remaining.
That kid's like a bowling ball.
He is. You know, his grandmother played basketball against my mother.
Okay.
And they had their picture made a couple of years ago with Thompson and Malin and the grandmothers.
Okay.
After the Bells game at home, which rarely seems to happen. It seems we're always over here.
It does seem like that.
So now the ball at the 44-yard line of Howe.
A Hail Mary?
Got to be the last play, you would think.
Hail Mary from Branham?
There are two receivers, which rarely happens, and now a timeout. Are you kidding me? A timeout's been called by Bells. We'll take one, too. 28-6, Bells in the lead.
This is 3-year starting kicker Jonathan Garcia. When I kick the ball, I don't need no stinking tea, but I will take a sweet tea at Sonic before, during, and after the game. When I kick on over to Sonic, they have great food and big smiles.
Johnny, get your leg warmed up.
I stay warmed up with Sonic's onion rings and tater tots, not to mention the great drink specials.
Hey, Johnny, we need you to drill this one. Let's go. Bring your tea.
Nah, Coach, I just finished it. It's not just good, it's Sonic good.
Johnny Garcia bangs it through.
No one wants to talk about losing a loved one. The grief that is put on your family is troublesome. Scoggins Funeral Home strives to make that most difficult time the easiest. We want your loved one to be sent off in the best way possible, with your wishes at heart. Call us at 903-482-5225 or visit our website at scogginsfuneralhome.com. 903-482-5225. Our location on Van Alstyne Parkway makes everything close for your needs. 903-482-5225. Scoggins Funeral Home.
Branham, Howe's going to get a fumble there as Branham tried to stick it in the gut of Washington. The ball came out, and Howe recovered. There's 1 second remaining.
Wow.
The interesting thing during that timeout is Harvey was talking to one of the officials, and they were about, I don't know, I'd say 30 feet from each other. Harvey was wanting an explanation of something. He didn't like the answer, and he turned around, and his body language was like someone had just put a knife in his bicycle tire. And he's like, are you kidding me? And it's almost comical at this point, where it seems as if Andrew Harvey cannot catch a break on any call.
This week or last week.
Two receivers split way out wide. You wanted a Hail Mary. This one may happen. As Strong heaves it deep down the field. Malachi Daly, the only one there, but Bells intercepts it. That's the 9th interception of the season for Strong. And it's Blake Reeves who picks it off. And he'll go to the turf inside the 5, and that is the end of the first half. Bells is going to get the football first to start the second half. Not good news if you're a Howe fan, as they lead 28-6 here at the half. We have a great halftime show coming up. We've got a lot of interviews, your Bandsman of the Week, and also your Lady Bulldogs Spotlight. We're going to take a timeout. See you on the backside.
This is Roger Tidwell, the PA dude here at Bulldog Stadium. The radio guys and I always fight over how hot and cold it is up here in the press box. But if the AC ever quit working, not only would Walker finally shut his trap, he would call Baker Air Conditioning and Heating. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating has been in Howe for over 50 years. They've been in business that long because they're just good people. Call 903-532-6255. That's 903-532-6255. Shut up, Monty.
Anchors with a Z Boat and RV Storage is located 1 mile off of U.S. Highway 75 in Howe, Texas. Anchors Boat and RV Storage is proud to bring personal, small-town customer service to the growing area of North Texas. With both open and covered parking available, locally owned and operated, members of the Howe Area Chamber of Commerce and the Texas Self-Storage Association. Anchors Boat and RV Storage has 20 amp power available and is manager occupied at 311 Old Highway 6 in Howe. Visit anchorsboatrvstorage.com or call 903-444-2500.
Buying and or selling your next home or property should be an enjoyable experience. At Texoma Land and Home Team, our commitment to the personal relationship of each transaction ensures communication you expect, while assuring that we'll be here the next time you need us. We're not a big box real estate company by design. This freedom allows us to be fully at your service. Texoma Land and Home Team, Renee Nichols Broker, 903-818-1645. Texoma Land and Home Team, for all your real estate needs, 903-818-1645.
All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights is proud to sponsor the Pride of Howe High School's Bandsman of the Week. Your hometown Bulldog alumni owned and operated business is here for all your seamless gutter and outdoor Christmas lights needs. Give them a call at 903-819-9183 and let them make your house shine really bright this Christmas. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights. Give them a call at 903-819-9183. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights.
You're listening to the Baker Air Conditioning and Heating Halftime Show. Today's Bandsman of the Week is brought to you by All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights, a firefighter family-owned business. Call them at 903-819-9183. Now let's join Monty Walker with this week's Bandsman of the Week.
This week's Bandsman of the Week is Tatum Lindley. And Tatum, when did you start school in Howe?
I have gone to Howe my entire life, so kindergarten.
Do you remember who your kindergarten teacher was?
I'm pretty sure it's Miss McDowell.
All right. You're a freshman flute player. When did you know that band was going to be a good fit for you?
In 5th grade, I kind of just did not want to do art at all, so I got into band, and I ended up really liking it, so it kind of just went up from there.
When did you start with the flute?
We had tryouts. Miss Liz picked me, and I was so happy I got picked for flute.
Now, you marched last year as an 8th grader, and that's very rare. I mean, you have 8th graders in the ensemble quite a bit, but marching is very rare. Was it intimidating for you?
I mean, I feel like it wasn't intimidating as it should have been because I did know some of, the upperclassmen, so that kind of helped me a lot.
What's your hardest class that you have right now in high school?
I would probably say biology.
And what is it about biology?
Just the cells and stuff, the names. Oh.
Who's your favorite teacher?
Probably Mr. Anderson, my ag teacher.
So that leads me into the next question. What else do you participate in? And you said ag, so talk about that.
So this year I'm showing a goat and 2 pigs, and he is the ag teacher and he works with goats.
We're speaking with our Bandsman of the Week, Tatum Lindley. We'll be back in 30 seconds.
All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights is proud to sponsor the Pride of Howe High School's Bandsman of the Week. Your hometown Bulldog alumni owned and operated business is here for all your seamless gutter and outdoor Christmas lights needs. Give them a call at 903-819-9183 and let them make your house shine really bright this Christmas. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights. Give them a call at 903-819-9183. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights.
We're back with Tatum Lindley, our Bandsman of the Week. Tell us about the show this year.
So this year it is How to Celebrate, and so there's a lot of fireworks and everything. It's just a huge celebration because this is the 50th anniversary. So it should be super exciting, especially once we get everything put into the show.
And Miss Liz says you're responsible, kind to others, and loving. Watching you grow into a leader is what she's excited about. What kind of leader are you?
I would probably call myself, I think, like an example. I like to set examples for others to follow.
In your life, who is someone that you look up to?
I really look up to my sister, and hopefully one day I am more like her in ways she does things, and yeah.
As a freshman, how do the upperclassmen treat you? You said you had some friends as upperclassmen, but talk about that. How do they treat you overall?
They are some of my best friends. I feel like I'm closer than some of the people in my grade.
Life after Howe High School. Actually, first, let's talk about Miss Liz. What kind of leader is she, and what kind of teacher is she? Some have called her a coach or compared her to a coach. Talk about Miss Liz.
I feel like she sometimes is a coach, and honestly, sometimes I would call her mom because she calls us her kids, and at that point, it's just one big family.
She drinks a lot of Dr. Peppers, huh?
Yes, and Nerd Clusters.
All right, now you've got a ways to go in Howe High School, but have you thought about what happens for Tatum Lindley after high school?
I have thought of something to do with ag, like judging animals, or possibly a band director, but that's still in the question.
All right, that is our Bandsman of the Week, Tatum Lindley.
Today's Bandsman of the Week is brought to you by All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights, a firefighter family-owned business. Call them at 903-819-9183. You're listening to the Baker Air Conditioning and Heating Halftime Show.
All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights is proud to sponsor the Pride of Howe High School's Bandsman of the Week. Your hometown Bulldog alumni-owned and operated business is here for all your seamless gutter and outdoor Christmas lights needs. Give them a call at 903-819-9183 and let them make your house shine really bright this Christmas. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights. Give them a call at 903-819-9183. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights.
So hot up here. Roger must think he's preaching a Hellfire Sunday sermon.
I know. He won't ever turn the air on.
Monty, who recovered that fumble?
The only name that comes to mind is Lucifer.
Charles Fur? Got it.
Baker Air Conditioning and Heating has been in Howe for over 50 years. They've been in business that long because they're just good people. If you've been told you need expensive repairs, get a second opinion with Baker Air Conditioning and Heating. Call 903-532-6255.
Fifth quarter tonight is going to be a hot one.
I bet.
Real estate is the key to building long-term wealth. Hi, I'm Dana Thornhill, a local Keller Williams realtor. If you're thinking about buying or selling a home, I can help you. Call the Llama Realty Group. Call 903-821-6890 and ask us about our complimentary services. Opportunities in North Texas are growing quickly, and the Llama Realty Group can help you with all your real estate needs. Just like here at the stadium, execution is the name of the game. The Llama Realty Group gets the job done. Call 903-821-6890 today. Each Keller Williams office is independently owned and operated.
Anchors with a Z Boat and RV Storage is located 1 mile off of U.S. Highway 75 in Howe, Texas. Anchors Boat and RV Storage is proud to bring personal, small-town customer service to the growing area of North Texas. With both open and covered parking available, locally owned and operated, members of the Howe Area Chamber of Commerce and the Texas Self-Storage Association. Anchors Boat and RV Storage has 20 amp power available and is manager occupied at 311 Old Highway 6 in Howe. Visit anchorsboatrvstorage.com or call 903-444-2500.
You're listening to the Baker Air Conditioning and Heating Halftime Show. Let's join Monty Walker with the Anchors Boat and RV Storage Lady Bulldog Spotlight.
This week's Lady Bulldog Spotlight is Tabitha Bjorn. Now, Tabitha, did you start school in Howe?
when I was very young, I started off in Anna, and then about halfway through kindergarten, I came to Howe, yes.
Do you remember who your teacher was?
I think it was Miss McDonald, I want to say.
Just so people that write your name a lot, spell your first name for us.
Tabitha.
Okay, so it's an I. I just want to make sure I get that right. So I've seen it both ways. So I just want to, I don't want to get any phone calls from parents and grandparents. So, all right, we got that knocked out. You're a freshman. What did you know you were going to be on varsity?
About last year, I got told to, when we were signing up for spring league, I got told to be put with the varsity. And I've always had the high hope of being with varsity, on their team. And so, yeah, I kind of knew last year. And so I was kind of rolling with varsity all through summer. And then about, I want to say July, they came up to me and were like, okay, time to get your shoes. And I was like, oh, okay, I guess I'm officially on varsity. And so, yeah.
So was it intimidating at all at first being around the returning varsity players?
First spring league, I remember the first practice I was really scared about it because, I'm a little 8th grader going to play with a bunch of seniors and juniors, and that was very intimidating. But when I first got to the practice, I just I put my shoes on and I started playing, and I don't know, it just it felt good. I knew it wasn't going to be much of it wasn't going to be as intimidating as I thought it would be. Because I'm still playing volleyball and I still know how to do that. And right. Yeah.
What's your hardest class that you have right now?
Definitely AP Human Geography.
And what's the transition been like from middle school to high school in the classroom?
It's been, I don't know, it's been kind of hard because it's definitely a lot more work and a lot more advanced than I thought it would be. But it's still pretty, I don't know. It's still it's not stressful as much as I thought it would be because I still have my friends and my teachers are all really nice to me, and yeah.
So talk about your favorite teacher. Have you picked out one yet?
Definitely. My favorite teacher is Mr. Soleil because I don't know, he's really goofy. And yeah, that's probably one of my funnest class, even though it is the hardest, but yeah.
And what else do you participate in at Howe High School?
I also do band, and then I am in the culinary arts class, and then I am planning to do one-act play, hopefully.
All right, we're visiting with Tabitha Bjorn. We're going to take a 30-second timeout. We'll be right back.
Anchors with a Z Boat and RV Storage is located 1 mile off of U.S. Highway 75 in Howe, Texas. Anchors Boat and RV Storage is proud to bring personal, small-town customer service to the growing area of North Texas. With both open and covered parking available, locally owned and operated, members of the Howe Area Chamber of Commerce and the Texas Self-Storage Association. Anchors Boat and RV Storage has 20 amp power available and is manager occupied at 311 Old Highway 6 in Howe. Visit anchorsboatrvstorage.com or call 903-444-2500.
Welcome back to the Lady Bulldogs Volleyball Spotlight. We're visiting with Tabitha Bjorn. Now you're in one of the toughest districts in volleyball. How do you keep your heads up going against some of these great teams?
It is really difficult to go against these really advanced teams, but I feel just having the confidence to know that we do have the skills to volley with them and to keep up. And I think just trying to improve each and every game is a good way to keep your head up. And I don't know, it's more about self-improvement than the actual outcome of the game, I think.
Now you've played a lot of volleyball, played in clubs and select and stuff like that. Talk about your experience with that kind of volleyball growing up.
I loved playing with club. I don't know, it took me from being very awkward and not good, and it advanced me. It really helped with my advancement in volleyball, and I loved it so much because my coach is very I don't know, he's so helpful, and he he teaches me like not just how to do it, but why we do it. And he teaches me the fundamentals, and he's not just like programming like my physical ability to play volleyball. It's also about mental. It's also about like reacting before it's right in your face. And yeah.
So who has been one of those role models in your life? Who's someone you look up to?
I'm not really sure. I think one of my major role models is my older sister, because although she wasn't like the best volleyball player out there and she didn't get recognized as much, she's still like the reason why I'm in volleyball and why I'm still going and why I'm pushing through and why I'm striving to advance and do better.
So speaking of sister, you have a bunch of siblings. How many do you have?
I have 4.
Well, that's not too terribly many. It's not. Okay, I was thinking there was a lot more. What is it like being in a group where you have 4 siblings?
It's a lot. It's really fun because, they're all my friends and they're all like so like nice to me, and we goof off a lot, and we spend a lot of time together, and it's amazing. And yes, there are times when we get frustrated with each other, but there still are, like, we're still family, and so we're still going to come back to each other, and yeah.
So as a freshman on the volleyball team, how do the upperclassmen treat you?
Oh my goodness, they treat me so amazing. I love them so much. I'm so blessed to be put with, like, these group of girls, because they don't see me as, like, I don't feel like they see me as this tiny little freshman. They see me as like a girl who has put everything into volleyball and wants to do well. And so, I don't know. I love it because at the beginning of the year, like Riley Coffey, she's like, she came up to me and was like, if anyone talks to you like meanly on our team, like tell me, because I'll get on to them. And so that was like very like helpful to know that I had her by my side, and that I've made like such good friends with Camry Snap, and then I don't know, Presley Shockey is really nice to me, and so is Harley, and like all of these girls are doing sorry, they're just like, I'm so thankful to have them for my freshman year.
So in volleyball, tell us about Coach Schwitzler.
I love Coach Schwitzler. Like, I love her so much. She's very supportive with me. And I have had like a couple of games where it's been a little rough, and I love having her like on the sidelines, like just like telling me, it's okay, you need to take a deep breath, you can do this, I'm not gonna put you on the bench, I'm not gonna like do anything to mess with your brain. And that's been very helpful. And then I also like it when I like miss a ball or something, that I can like look over at her and she'll be like, that's not your ball, or she'll be like, that's yours. And so that's very helpful, and I love having her as a coach.
So you've got a long way to go. You're just a freshman, but have you thought about life after Howe High School and what you want to do when you leave here?
I have thought a lot about what I would do after high school, and I don't know, it's just like, it's a lot for the world is a lot like out there, and I really do want to play for college with volleyball, and hopefully I'll go to BYU in Utah, because that would be really fun to play for like my church school and do something that I love, and
All right, that's your Lady Bulldogs volleyball spotlight. Tabitha Bjorn.
Tonight's Lady Bulldog Spotlight has been brought to you by Anchors Boat and RV Storage. You're listening to the Baker Air Conditioning and Heating Halftime Show.
This is more than a bundle. This is way more than a combo deal. It's your sanctuary, your home field. It's where everything happens. This is your home, your car, your memories. And you want to be sure they're protected with home and auto insurance. As your State Farm agent, I get it. That's why I'm here to help life go right. My name is Ed Meacham, and I'm your Howe State Farm agent. Give me a call at 903-892-3923 or on the web at MrRedInsurance.com.
Buying and or selling your next home or property should be an enjoyable experience. At Texoma Land and Home Team, our commitment to the personal relationship of each transaction ensures communication you expect, while assuring that we'll be here the next time you need us. We're not a big box real estate company by design. This freedom allows us to be fully at your service. Texoma Land and Home Team, Renee Nichols Broker, 903-818-1645. Texoma Land and Home Team, for all your real estate needs, 903-818-1645.
No one wants to talk about losing a loved one. The grief that is put on your family is troublesome. Scoggins Funeral Home strives to make that most difficult time the easiest. We want your loved one to be sent off in the best way possible, with your wishes at heart. Call us at 903-482-5225 or visit our website at scogginsfuneralhome.com. 903-482-5225. Our location on Van Alstyne Parkway makes everything close for your needs. 903-482-5225. Scoggins Funeral Home.
This is Roger Tidwell, the PA dude here at Bulldog Stadium. The radio guys and I always fight over how hot and cold it is up here in the press box. But if the AC ever quit working, not only would Walker finally shut his trap, he would call Baker Air Conditioning and Heating. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating has been in Howe for over 50 years. They've been in business that long because they're just good people. Call 903-532-6255. That's 903-532-6255. Shut up, Monty.
You're listening to the Baker Air Conditioning and Heating Halftime Show. Now let's go back to the stadium with Caroline Slauson, Justin White, Jake Roberts, and Monty Walker.
Welcome back. It's 28-6. We're at the half. And we have some highlights that we'll go over for you here in just a moment as soon as the band stops playing. That is not the actual band. All right. Justin White, I think you're going to get everything tuned up. I don't want to start too soon because highlights started pretty quickly in this game. Howe did take the football first as Bells won the coin toss and deferred to the second half. Howe started at their own 26-yard line, but 3 plays later ended up punting it to Bells, who took it at their own 42-yard line. It took them only 2 plays to score, and it was a 30-yard touchdown by Bryson Thompson.
To Thompson on the left side. No one's going to catch him. He bruises his way along the line of scrimmage and then is free. Bryson Thompson scores on play number 2. And quickly, Bells marches 58 yards on 2 plays.
And that took 30 seconds off the clock, and it gave Bells the early 7-0 lead with 10:59 on the clock. Gave it back to Howe at their own 25, and 3 plays later, once again, they had to punt. Bells took it at their own 43-yard line. They finally put together a slot team mafia type of drive where they went 10 plays and 57 yards. They capped it off on a quarterback keeper up the middle.
They come to the line of scrimmage. Barnum's going to keep it himself, and he's in. Touchdown Bells. They punch it in for the second time tonight.
Easton Branham scored to make it 14-0 after the Bush PAT. That left 5:41 on the clock. Howe took it at their own 26-yard line, went backwards on a penalty, and then drove 7 plays before having to punt it once again. 3rd straight punt on their first 3 drives. Bells took it with 1:20 left to go in the first quarter at their own 20-yard line. It only took them 2 plays, and a matter of fact, 1 play in the first quarter and the first play of the second quarter.
Hand off on a reverse to Brown, going the far side. He gets away, got a lot of open running space, crosses the 40, coming to midfield, crosses that, 45, 40. He could go 30, 20, trying to pick up a block, and he gets one, and he goes to the house.
78 yards for Jackson Brown. Ended the 2-play 80-yard drive to make it 21-0 with 1:43. Wait, that's not right. 11:43 left to go in quarter number 2. That drive took only 1 minute and 37 seconds off the clock. Howe got it back at their own 25-yard line and drove 5 plays. And for the first time tonight, they got on the only time tonight, they got on the board. And this one was a Strong to Kendall O'Brien score.
Strong drops back 3 steps, looks to hammer it down, does hammer it down, looking in the direction of Kendall O'Brien, who goes up for it and comes down with it. He strolls in the end zone from the 5-yard line. Kendall O'Brien, where have you been, young man?
Well, he showed up big in the first half. At least 4 catches, and we think maybe 5. Stephen Braswell will tell us momentarily. That capped off a 5-play, 75-yard drive that took a minute 34 off the clock and left 10:03 on the clock. But it doesn't take time tonight for Bells to score, who started at their own 25-yard line and took 3 plays to do so.
Around reverse, Brown again. He scored on this a moment ago, trying to do so again, and he sticks that one in the end zone.
27 yards for Jackson Brown, his second touchdown of the first half. Ended a 3-play, 75-yard drive. Only took 58 seconds off the clock, and Bells got us to where our score is now, 28-6, with 9:01 remaining in the second. Bells then recovered an onside. It wasn't technically an onside kick, it was a high pooch kick that Bells recovered. They took it at the 30-yard line, fumbled it back to Howe, as I need to correct my board here once again. And then Howe started at their own 27-yard line, drove up 10 plays to the 46, but were stopped by the Bells defense and forced to punt. Bells took it at their own 6-yard line, drove it up to the 23, gave it back to Howe at their own 47. Ryland Strong was intercepted. That was his 8th interception of the year. And then on the final drive, Howe had it back with one last chance to try to hit the end zone. Strong on a Hail Mary was intercepted at the goal line, and that ended the first half. So we have a 28-6 score, and we're just about to have Braz in here to give us some stats real quick. I think we're counting down to the second half. The teams are getting ready as Howe comes back out on the sideline or through the tunnel. So let's go over stats real quickly, Braz.
Okay, sure. Can you hear me?
I got you.
Okay. So real quick, we'll primarily go over the Bulldogs. Strong is 12 for 21 for 121 yards passing. And rushing wise, we got 9 for 5 yards. 9 rushes, 5 yards. Leading rushers is actually Strong with 6 for 7. Seaver has 1 for 2. Bo Stevens has 1 for 1. And Rockin' Cross has 1 for -5. Receiving wise, as we mentioned, O'Brien has 6 for 103.
6 catches.
Yep, 6 for 103 and
Wow.
a touchdown. Daly has 3 receptions for 14. Cross has 2 for 9. And Garin Langford 1 for -5. So that's where we're at.
Okay. Thank you, Braz. As the Bulldogs are back out on the field, and we're just about ready for the Tech Wave kickoff to open up the second half, as Bell's going to get it first. A quick story about, I was talking to the officials before the game as I was signing autographs with one of the officials. Joking. He told me that.
It's not helped us any.
It certainly didn't help us. Anyway, he told me that they worked a game last week where the coach was injured or sick or not able to make it, and they called in from the coin toss, and with the coach on the phone in a live video, and he called the coin toss at midfield from his phone and won the toss.
FaceTimed in a coin toss.
FaceTime coin toss. First time
Wow.
they'd ever had that. Johnny Garcia getting ready to bang this Tech Wave kickoff in the air, standing at his own 36-yard line. This ball is going to be traveling from north to south. And the officials are waiting. Slow-moving official group. And the ball's in the air. It's a high kick, going to be short, however. Going to bounce at about the 27-yard line, be picked up on a hop. Coming up and stopped quickly at the 33-yard line, maybe 34-yard line is Bells. And they'll get the football here first. On the return for Bells was Blake Reeves, the young man who intercepted Ryland Strong to end the first half. So Bells with the football here. 11:51 on the clock to begin their first drive, which appears to be at the 33-yard line. Again, Bells on the far side of the field. Far side from us because we're about the 34-yard line on the north end. They're on the south end. And we're almost field level. We're about 10 rows up from the track. and a whistle and a flag on play number 1 to begin the second half. And this looks as if it'll go against Bells, and it will.
False start. That's the thing about this slot T and what Bells does is they get in the huddle and then they run to the line and then they go. And there's usually a man in motion, but sometimes they get to the line so fast and snap the ball that not everybody is set. And so, or they move just a little bit too quick. Good call for the false start penalty. We've seen that a couple of times tonight.
Howe has a 7-man front on the defense, 2 backers and 2 deep safeties. And a handoff coming near side. Jackson Brown, a seam, makes a move. He's got midfield. He's pretty fast. He's got the 35-30. It's a foot race. Cross trying to catch him. It's going to be close, and Jackson Brown wins the race and goes 62 yards on the second play of this drive. Actually, that's the first play of the drive.
That is. First play, official play. Inside handoff to Brown, and Brown just he's the quickest guy on the field as far as for Bells, and just flew through the defense and had a good block downfield.
Bush's PAT is true, and now Bells extends their lead to 35-6 with 11:34 on the clock. On the very first play of the third quarter, Bells scores. We'll be back after this.
This is 3-year starting kicker Jonathan Garcia. When I kick the ball, I don't need no stinking tea, but I will take a sweet tea at Sonic before, during, and after the game. When I kick on over to Sonic, they have great food and big smiles.
Johnny, get your leg warmed up.
I stay warmed up with Sonic's onion rings and tater tots, not to mention the great drink specials.
Hey, Johnny, we need you to drill this one. Let's go. Bring your tea.
Nah, Coach, I just finished it. It's not just good, it's Sonic good.
Johnny Garcia bangs it through.
No one wants to talk about losing a loved one. The grief that is put on your family is troublesome. Scoggins Funeral Home strives to make that most difficult time the easiest. We want your loved one to be sent off in the best way possible, with your wishes at heart. Call us at 903-482-5225 or visit our website at scogginsfuneralhome.com. 903-482-5225. Our location on Van Alstyne Parkway makes everything close for your needs. 903-482-5225. Scoggins Funeral Home.
Your hit, roof, and exterior scoring drive recap. One play, 66 yards, because it actually started at the 33-yard line. Or 67 yards, to be exact. And it took 17 seconds off the clock. It was a 62-yard touchdown by Jackson Brown. And here's your Tech Wave kickoff, going to be taken by Noah Seaver, and he'll churn his way to the 38-yard line. A nice return there by Seaver. Hadn't seen a lot of action so far this season out of Noah Seaver, but making do tonight. And Howe will start at their own 38. I think the story of the first half for the Howe fans has to be Kendall O'Brien and his 6 catches for over 100 yards, Justin.
Yeah, he's taking advantage of the opportunities he's having. Again, we talked about all the injuries that the Bulldogs have, and then even losing Garen Langford early in that first half. O'Brien's being the guy to look at, and he stepped up to the plate.
He's a slot receiver on the left side here. A handoff to Noah Seaver, who does a nice job of covering up the football as Bryson Thompson tried to strip it away from him. But Seaver will pick up 4.5 yards on first down, up to the 42-yard line.
Noah Seaver, the senior, more of a compact type of guy, runner, lured to the ground.
And he looks just like Charlie Vera. And you can't tell them apart. Only their hair.
Yeah.
10:46 on the clock. Seaver in the backfield. Strong's going to keep it around the right edge as he faked it to O'Brien, who came in motion. And Strong might pick up a yard, which will bring up a 3rd and 4. They'll actually spot it at the 44-yard line, so give Strong 2 yards on that play. But a 3rd and 5 coming up, 3rd and 4.5 maybe. And the young men in white jerseys are going to have to figure out a way to start moving these sticks.
I think it's going to be a sprint out, maybe to the right side, left side.
Sprinting out to the left. Strong wants to throw down the field. Wide open O'Brien. This time it goes in and out of his hands. He had Reeves in coverage, but about maybe 3 yards behind him. And O'Brien, as soon as the ball went through his hands, he put his hands up to his face as if he should have caught that. He's upset with himself, and it's 4th down.
That may have been one of the easiest throws he's had tonight, because most of the catches he's had have been in traffic and contested and had to really go up for it. That time, he was heading out of bounds. Should have caught that. Would have got the first down.
Garcia from his own 30 will punt it away. A low, wobbly kick. Going to take a Howe bounce. This is a good one. Rolling near the 10-yard line. It's going to stop almost right at the 10. And Bells will be pushed 90 yards away with 9:48 on the clock in the third.
Garcia's had some pretty good. Garcia.
What happened there?
Yeah. Garcia's had some pretty good punts tonight. Pinned Bells back pretty far.
What is that one commercial?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to think of.
Well,
hey, everybody.
Hi, everybody.
Howe Booster Club.
Bells 90 yards away, leading 35-6, 9:48 on the clock. We're going to have to start thinking about something to talk about, Justin White. Movement up front by Bells, and I think this was going to be pushed back to the 5.
There's a pretty big football game tomorrow. They could be discussed.
You know, some of you thought it was pretty funny to show up in orange.
It was pretty funny.
But y'all have no idea that there's a policy by Studio 42.
They're not adhering to dress policy?
The dress code has been breached, and that is a $25 fine to each of you. Braswell says it's worth it.
I'll take the fine. Look on your face was worth it.
Handoff up the middle. Thompson's going to gain a few yards back there.
HR will be contacting you to dock your pays.
Yeah. Well, when you're a small LLC, you're the owner, play-by-play, HR,
maintenance,
window cleaner,
tech support.
Meanwhile, back to the game. After that, the ball spotted now at the 11. And coming near side is Jackson Brown trying to escape. He does. He breaks a tackle, but finally corralled by Brevin Mayo and Eli Stoner.
Man, between him and Thompson tonight, those guys are a nice 1-2 punch. You know, in this Bells team, we talked about in the pregame about some of the struggles they've had. They played a pretty tough schedule in non-district. They played Pottsboro. Pottsboro's ranked in the top 10, played a good Whitesboro team.
You know, as we mentioned in the pregame show, that
played Gunner.
Some of these Bells fans that are upset right now is you're 3-3, and that's where they were in the first season, somewhere like that. And when the Howe Bulldogs came over here, and I think handoff to Thompson is going to pick up a first down. But I remember that very first year back in 2019 that fans were disgruntled because, one, they had been promised they would win in the slot T. Don't worry about the offense. We're going to be successful. And they weren't at that point. And they beat Howe that night. Maybe it was 2018. No, it was 2019, I guess.
Was that an overtime game, seems like?
It possibly could have been. And after that win, they just kept winning. And win-win-win's all they've done. Handoff, first man through, pushing him back. A great defensive play by Howe. And an injured player is down for Bells.
This is our first injury of the night.
I'm not sure if Caroline is down there. See who that injured player might be.
But you're talking about Bells earlier in 2019.
Yeah, they just kept winning after that game. That was the turning of the guard, and they got a win against Howe, and they just never stopped winning. and they've gone to the playoffs and deep into the playoffs, ever since. And but sometimes when you don't throw the football, fans get restless, and we're hearing that might be some of the case over in Bells. And maybe this, a 35-6 lead may change some of their minds again.
Just a reminder. When you think about it, there's all these 7-on-7 type tournaments during the summer. There's not a lot of slot T tournaments, summer tournaments, option type football tournaments. This is
no, you don't have slot T tournaments. No, you certainly don't.
We've got a penalty flag thrown.
Is that near
Coach West?
We've got an injury timeout. Let's take one, too. This might be extended. As soon as we take one, though, he'll pop right back up. But let's go ahead and take at least 30 seconds. We'll be right back.
Who's your local plumber? Brother Plumber. It's good to know someone local and someone you can trust when your home or office drops the ball.
Mainline break, 15 yards.
Brother Plumber is plumb professional and serves not only Howe, but also all of Grayson County. And you can save yourself 10% if you mention Go Bulldogs. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. We'd love to help. Brother Plumber is one call away at 469-968-4487. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. Remember, Go Bulldogs.
Real estate is the key to building long-term wealth. Hi, I'm Dana Thornhill, a local Keller Williams realtor. If you're thinking about buying or selling a home, I can help you. Call the Llama Realty Group. Call 903-821-6890 and ask us about our complimentary services. Opportunities in North Texas are growing quickly, and the Llama Realty Group can help you with all your real estate needs. Just like here at the stadium, execution is the name of the game. The Llama Realty Group gets the job done. Call 903-821-6890 today. Each Keller Williams office is independently owned and operated.
Jadarius Washington was the injured Bells Panther, and he gets up and slowly walks off the field. I'm not sure exactly what the penalty is. Caroline is, I think, down there.
Waving it off, whatever it was.
They're waving it off. And now Harvey's not happy about that.
Well, it seemed like
Have
Coach
you got
West
Caroline potted up, or is she? There you go. Caroline, are you?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
It was.
Uh-oh. We can't hear you.
He was mouthing to one of the umpires.
Who was mouthing?
Coach West.
Okay.
And but yes, they have since waved it off, and it is a surprise to those who heard whatever it was. I will tell you that.
Well, Coach Harvey gets called for saying something, and then Coach West must have said something that caught the flag, and then it gets picked up.
I've never seen a coach not get any breaks like Coach Harvey. It's just so one-sided, it seems. Hand off to the left side, and right there is Tank Turner and others to make sure that he goes nowhere else. Bo Stevens also there. Gain of a couple, and Bells looks like they're up to the, gosh, it's so hard to see down there. Let's count the stripes. 25-yard line, and it's third down and about 7.
And who was it that ran the ball? Did you see?
Unable to see.
Okay. Braswell was wanting to know too, and can't. Because of our vantage point, we're just not.
Branham on the reverse, and a flag is down. This was a patented Jackson Brown 70-yard touchdown ensuing, but the flag halts that. And it'll go against Bells. So Bells starting to have the wheels come off just a little bit here in the early part of this second half. 6:15 on the clock here in the third. The Panthers do lead 35-6.
And they're kind of trying to drain the clock themselves. I think they can see that this game is pretty much in hand.
They come to the line of scrimmage facing a 3rd and 10. And Brown coming on the reverse. And he stumbles and falls, and a flag comes in right at Brown as he started to stumble. The flag was thrown almost right at him.
I think they called a
holding. It's not my.
Say it again, Caroline.
Oh.
I don't know. We may have to trade mics and just see because that's not working down there.
Carolina, you want to come down the fence and I'll give you this mic?
Since
I can do it.
Since you're this way, Caroline, go ahead and talk to us and tell us what you were going to say.
Yeah, I think that was. Oh, here we go. I think that was a holding call against Bells. He had Charles Fur wrapped up pretty good.
A quick kick by Bells, but we can't have a play without a penalty. So illegal procedure against Bells, and they'll back it up some more. You know, in basketball, when things slow down a lot, and then you start playing the spread around and kill the clock.
Four corners kind of
Four
thing.
corners, and the crowd starts yelling, boring. It seems like that's where we're at right now. Another quick kick coming right here. Kendall O'Brien back to return. And another flag, a high kick.
I think it's going to be offsides.
It's going to bounce at the 50. And we'll check this one.
Offsides against Howe.
Howe's going to get the football at the 50 unless they want to try to do this again. I mean, can you just decline it? It's 35-6.
Or can you tack it on the return? Just drop back 5 yards. And there's two footballs out there. One's on the one end of the field, and okay, now it's.
Yeah, they have to alternate footballs for Bells and Howe. They're going to back it up here after the punt. So the ball will be placed at the 45-yard line.
So no re-kick. They're just tacking it on from the return.
5:11 on the clock still, and Howe will have it at their own 45-yard line. Strong in the gun, hands off to Seaver. Met in the backfield. 3 Panthers right there, bring him backwards. They'll give him forward progress, but still a loss of 2 yards back to the 43.
Looked like a design read option, but Bells was not fooled at all. He let Seaver hang on to it, and there were 3 Panthers converging on him.
Howe playing from behind the sticks again, 2nd down and 13. Strong with 3 receivers right, rolls that way, looks down the field, steps up in the pocket, he's going to run. He's got 45, he's got the 50, had his legs taken out from him right at midfield. So a 7-yard gain on the ground for Ryland Strong as the clock ticks at the 4.5-minute mark. Brevin Mayo will check into the game. And now looks like Ryken Cross hits the ground as he may have a calf cramp. And Ricky Yake rolls out there. Let's take a quick timeout. 4:16 on the clock in the third. Bells leads 35-6. We'll be right back.
Who's your local plumber? Brother Plumber. It's good to know someone local and someone you can trust when your home or office drops the ball.
Mainline break, 15 yards.
Brother Plumber is plumb professional and serves not only Howe, but also all of Grayson County. And you can save yourself 10% if you mention Go Bulldogs. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. We'd love to help. Brother Plumber is one call away at 469-968-4487. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. Remember, Go Bulldogs.
Real estate is the key to building long-term wealth. Hi, I'm Dana Thornhill, a local Keller Williams realtor. If you're thinking about buying or selling a home, I can help you. Call the Llama Realty Group. Call 903-821-6890 and ask us about our complimentary services. Opportunities in North Texas are growing quickly, and the Llama Realty Group can help you with all your real estate needs. Just like here at the stadium, execution is the name of the game. The Llama Realty Group gets the job done. Call 903-821-6890 today. Each Keller Williams office is independently owned and operated.
Ryken Cross got off the ground and it appeared like he was going to sprint to the sidelines, but then that calf started cramping up on him again, so he takes a long time walking off. And Howe will have it with a 3rd down and 5 at midfield, moving right to left from our vantage point. Strong's going to keep it around the right side after a fake to O'Brien in motion. He'll gain 4. Not enough for the first, I believe.
It's going to be close.
It's going to be 4th down and 1 at the 46-yard line.
You know, you worry about, at least I do, worry about Ryland Strong with all these runs. He's a really good runner, but he's getting popped pretty good here tonight. Bells is bringing the wood on a lot of tackles, and that's the last guy you want to go down is Ryland Strong, your quarterback right now.
Jeremiah Thornton split out wide to the left. Strong in the gun, turns, hands, Seaver trying to sprint to the sidelines. Instead of going straight up for 1 yard to get the first, he tried to sprint around the edge, and he's not going to get it. And Howe will turn the ball over on downs after a yard loss as Ryland Strong looks at him and points to go straight, young man. Go straight. Don't turn. Go straight.
Yes. Seaver is kind of a more in between the tackles kind of guy, not necessarily a speed guy to get around the corner. He goes between the tackles and use some of his power. He may could have pushed his way for a first down, but instead try to go bounce it outside. And enough time for the Panthers to come corral him and bring him back behind the line of scrimmage, and the ball goes over on downs.
And that's just inexperience of running the football.
Exactly.
He hasn't had a lot of carries throughout his life, I don't imagine.
And it kind of makes you wonder why, with Bryce Piper, why we haven't seen much of him tonight.
Playing a lot of defense. Here's a handoff to Jackson Brown, and a nice job by Brevin Mayo to wrap him up at the line of scrimmage. Actually, he's going to gain a couple of yards, but that doesn't take away from Mayo's tackle, which will put him right at midfield.
Brings up 2nd down and 8 for the Panthers. Ball is at
2:53 on the clock. It's nice to be outdoors sometimes, Justin.
Yeah, a little bit of breeze, feels
cool
good.
Cool breeze.
Not a stuffy press box.
We don't have to scream at Roger. Turn the air on. We got our own Baker air conditioning. Flag down, a toss to Washington, who's back in the game. And he will carry it up to the 41-yard line, but a flag down. This is going to be against Howe, and that's why the play was not whistled dead. It's offsides against Howe. Caroline, is your mic working? Let's check that thing. Of course it's not.
Been better off with the other mic, maybe.
My goodness. It's been that kind of a night,
It really
hasn't
is,
it?
yeah.
But tomorrow's going to be good.
Yeah. 2:30 kickoff.
I actually painted my office today crimson. Not that I think we're going to win, because I don't, but it is officially crimson. But I'm hoping it's a great game.
Wasn't it a few years ago that Texas was really favored and Sooners had a comeback win?
Handoff up the middle. Thompson's going to get a first down inside the 40 at the 36-yard line.
That was last year that you're thinking of.
Was that last year, really?
2 years ago was Texas 49-0.
Okay.
And then last year
But number 62,
they came back, right?
Yeah, 34-30, I think.
Okay.
We went to the game in 2018 where it was Dicker the kicker.
Mm-hmm. Fun game.
And his name, along with David Freeze, are not allowed in our household anymore.
Yeah.
Bells comes to the line of scrimmage on 1st and 10. Will hand off to Washington, who gains 4 to the 32-yard line.
tackle made by number 64, Charlie Vera.
Clock winding at 1:16 left in the third. It's starting to chew up. I thought we might have, if it weren't for all the flags.
Yeah,
we might have been out of here already, but
we're starting to stall a little bit.
And also the 2- and 3-play drives by Bells kind of threw everybody off.
Well, it's a final over Gunner. They win over Callisburg 69-0. Gunner over Callisburg.
How about Leonard and Blue Ridge? I like that one. Here's a handoff to Washington again up the middle. He's going to be close to a first down, and he gets it inside the 25 to the 24-yard line.
Blue Ridge 35, Leonard 21 in the third quarter.
So Blue Ridge came back. Leonard was up 21-14, I believe.
Yeah.
At one point.
Blue Ridge is going to be a force to be reckoned with.
They certainly are. It appears that way.
Timeout.
22 seconds. I think that's going to be the final play of the third quarter. And, of course, as soon as they get over here close to us, they're going to move it all the way back down to the other end where we can't see. 35-6. That's the end of the third. We'll be back after this.
At Grayson Cullen Electric Cooperative, GCEC, we have been around for over 80 years and are governed by 7 principles: open and voluntary membership, democratic member control, members' economic participation, autonomy and independence, education, training, and information, cooperation among cooperatives, and concern for community. One of our communities is Howe, Texas, and GCEC is proud to support the Howe Bulldogs.
Anchors with a Z Boat and RV Storage is located 1 mile off of U.S. Highway 75 in Howe, Texas. Anchors Boat and RV Storage is proud to bring personal, small-town customer service to the growing area of North Texas. With both open and covered parking available, locally owned and operated, members of the Howe Area Chamber of Commerce and the Texas Self-Storage Association. Anchors Boat and RV Storage has 20 amp power available and is manager-occupied at 311 Old Highway 6 in Howe. Visit anchorsboatrvstorage.com or call 903-444-2500.
Caroline, don't go anywhere. We're going to switch mics again with you. As we come back, it's still 35-6. Bell's in the lead. We're beginning the fourth quarter. And now teams have been called off to the sidelines. I don't know if a timeout's been called. Yep, Bell's called a timeout.
A timeout with 12 minutes to go.
Before a play had snapped in the fourth.
Okay.
That just seems odd. What's Dale West got up his sleeve here? As we switch mics once again with Caroline. Justin, what's Howe going to do about Gunter?
Try not to get hurt. I mean, Braden Ulmer is obviously out tonight. I'm assuming he's probably going to be out next week. And you kind of hope. And same with whatever the situation is with Langford, and then Garrett Rogers. I guess try to make sure nobody gets hurt. Try to nurse those guys back, and hopefully be ready for Blue Ridge in 2 weeks.
It was at 82-0 last year.
Gosh, to get that high.
Branham's going to toss to Washington, trying to find the far corner on the Bell side. Going to be brought down by Cross near the 15-yard line. Or that might not have been Cross. That might have been Stoner on the tackle. But already that's closer to the 10, I think. Way down there where we can't see.
But you got to think Gunter obviously is favored big time next week. And then the games after that with Blue Ridge and Callisburg, those are your last 2 opportunities to get in the playoffs. So those are must-win games.
Branham gives to Thompson, who stays low to the ground, fights his way into the end zone.
Man.
Touchdown Bells as they break the 40 barrier. 41-6 with a PAT coming up with 11:28 left to go in the fourth.
Bryce Thompson's just a physical runner. I mean, just it kind of runs a little like Braden Ulmer. They're built differently, but just always churning them legs, and just you're not going to go down with an arm tackle.
Bush's PAT is up and true. It's 42-6. No, it's no good. That's the only thing that's went wrong for Bells tonight. 41-6 our score remains. 11:28 left to go in the fourth. We'll be back.
Hi everyone, my name is Presley Harrell, class of 2025 cheerleader and cross-country runner.
This is Talon Haley, senior basketball player and Howe High School record-setting golfer.
Hi, this is Camry Snap, and I'm a graduating volleyball and softball player.
This is Braden Ulmer, class of 2025. I play football, baseball, and I run track.
We would like to thank the Howe Athletic Booster Club for their support and encourage anyone wanting to be a part of supporting Howe's athletes to reach out for more information.
Go Dogs!
Buying and or selling your next home or property should be an enjoyable experience. At Texoma Land and Home Team, our commitment to the personal relationship of each transaction ensures communication you expect, while assuring that we'll be here the next time you need us. We're not a big box real estate company by design. This freedom allows us to be fully at your service. Texoma Land and Home Team, Renee Nichols Broker, 903-818-1645. Texoma Land and Home Team, for all your real estate needs, 903-818-1645.
Your hit, roof, and exterior scoring drive recap: 7 plays, 52 yards for Bells. Took 4:02 off the clock. And your Tech Wave kickoff is going to go to Kendall O'Brien, who takes it at the 30 on the far side. And he goes down quickly there. And that drive was ended with a 10-yard touchdown by Bryson Thompson, which I believe is his second of the night. And we have a 41-6 score with 11:23 remaining in this football game.
Well, you talked about needing stories. Anything with Coach West and those days as OC, deep playoff run. Who they lost to? Mineola that year, that final year?
Final year was Mineola, and gave them all they could handle in Division I also. A lot of people forget that was Division I football. Strong will roll out right, looking down the field. Fires it deep down for O'Brien. This one was over his head and incomplete.
And that was the same year that the first round they had that scare against Edgewood to start the run.
Now that game was interesting.
Down to 28-0, 35-0.
I think it was 28 to nothing, I think, and at the half. And something like that. It was, I mean, it was crazy. And they just kept doing the slot T offense, and they kept churning, put together these drives. Edgewood's offense never saw the field in the second half, it seemed. There's a handoff and a lot of running room.
Finally, Bryce Piper showing up.
And that is Piper, who's done very well on the very limited amount of times he's got to carry the ball tonight.
Yeah, I wonder if it's an injury or a coach's decision, or got to be something on the reason why he hasn't got a lot of carries tonight.
And it may be to the fact that he's playing a lot of defense, I believe. Of course, I'm always watching the ball, and the defense never has the ball. But that could be part of it. 10:40 on the clock. Strong wants to throw again, rolling out right. Throws it to Malachi Daly, who has it go in and out of his hands and incomplete. And it'll be second down and 10 as the clock stops at 10:31. You were talking about Bryson Thompson and who he runs like. One individual that comes to mind, and I'm not saying that Bryson Thompson is this individual, but he runs very similar to Byron Bam Morris of Cooper, Texas.
Bryson Thompson is Bam Morris, what you're saying. I'm kidding.
Very similar. Here's a wild dog, but it's Rylan Strong going to carry it, trying to find the corner. Does.
Whoa!
Stiff arms him in as he goes out of bounds on the Bell side of the field at about the 46-yard line, but are they going to spot it at the 50? I don't think that's a good spot, Justin.
That is not a good spot.
I don't think that's a very good spot at all.
I was impressed by the stiff arm on Jamarian Washington. He stuck that arm out and denied Washington a tackle.
It's 3rd down and 1. Strong from the pistol, hands off to Bryce Piper, who has the first down and a little bit more, passing the 45 to the 43-yard line. I think they found something in Bryce Piper.
I think so too, and I don't know. Again, I don't know why he hasn't got as many carries. But he's been a nice replacement for Garrett Rogers and Braden Ulmer.
You know, if it were, we're just up here with headsets that don't communicate with anyone except our listening audience, and certainly not the coaches. But here's a handoff to Piper again, breaking free, keeping his legs churning. Not Bam Morris, but that's a first down at the 31-yard line.
They keep going behind Will Ingram, large marge, and he is laying a path for Piper.
You know, the last drive of Leonard where they ran 13 plays, I think, in the last 3 minutes and 40 seconds, to me, that was where we were headed in this game. It's not been the case. 1st and 10. Strong's going to keep it up the middle. Seam. Got about 5, 6, 7. Late flag comes in at the end. Somebody said something about somebody's mama right there. Ball's at the 23. Well, let's check the flag.
They come toward the end of the play. I wonder if that's a face mask or they're pointing toward Howe, though.
Caroline, does your mic work? Let's check. Please. And no. So frustrating. We got this brand new mic system, wireless mic, and
we're pretty close to her. We're you know.
Yeah, it's not like we're, we can't blame being way up in the sky. But now
and we switched back, didn't we?
Yeah, it's uncanny. It's just unreal. She's still trying to talk to us, and absolutely nothing.
Nothing's unmuted here, is there?
Oh, she was muted.
No.
Okay.
Oh, was she? No, we don't know.
Muted.
No, we don't know. I said was nothing muted.
No. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
I will say that I'm having interference on my headphones too.
Yeah, we got all kinds of issues. Piper still churning there as they push this one back on the personal foul. So Piper's run will come back up to the 33-yard line. All of that, and she was muted, Jake Roberts. He's got, it's that crazy orange that's affected his brain.
Right.
2nd down and 12. Strong rolling out right, slings it, sidearm, and that's intercepted at the 16-yard line. And a little extracurricular there. Oh, now we've got all kinds of flags coming in. As there's some extracurricular with the Howe bench and the Bells, a couple of Bells players, as Griffo takes a late hit, it appears. And some of the Howe players come to his defense. And
like Dash Hewitt was in on it, number 55, I believe. And then Coach West is getting after Cutter Payton, defensive end. And let's see how the officials sort this out.
Harvey's going to kindly go talk to the officials. Or he's actually behind him, and now the officials are saying, back up, back up.
He's like, I don't want another sportsmanlike conduct penalty.
Meanwhile, the ball's going to be placed inside the 20 at the 19-yard line for Howe after the penalty.
We have the winner of the 50-50 drawing is
and Harvey turns around and tells the Howe bench to back up.
$150 winner. You can
any update, Caroline? Any update on what's going on out there from the extracurricular activity?
Apparently, I don't know which Bells player it was, but took his helmet off and butted Jacob Griffo.
Headbutted? Headbutted.
Yeah.
And
that's what I've heard. That's what they just told me.
That's what I thought I saw, but
yeah.
I wasn't sure.
Did Griffo have his helmet on?
He had his helmet off.
And it's actually been kind of weird because this game has been the sportsmanship's been pretty good between the two teams.
My goodness.
And look, that you can see they're taking a look at Griffo out here on the bench.
He's had a tough game. He's had a tough one. He's been down a lot tonight.
Who are we talking about?
Jacob Griffo.
Griffo.
Taking a lot of hit.
The officials are still talking about it. They're on the near hash at about the 36-yard line, all huddled up, discussing what they're going to do.
Griffo's been a good player on that offensive line. He's another one of those sophomores.
So that was Cutter Payton that was in the scrap over here on the near sideline. And one of the Howe players bowed up to him and pushed him. And Payton just kind of walked off And then you said West got in his ear a little bit on the far side.
Yeah, he did. He did. He was.
And now Harvey's talking to the official, pleading his case about something. Now the ball's already been placed inside the 20 at the 19, but Harvey's not happy about something. Scratches his head, looks at the ground, still talking to the official. They're having a conversation.
Okay, here we go. Here's the referee's going to come out.
I can tell you that the conversation between Harvey and the umpire is not a bad one or a heated one.
No, it's not heat now.
Now that one maybe.
Harvey's very animated now.
Now that one maybe.
Now it gets animated. And now Graham is getting between him like a WWE man from the back who comes out to, and Harvey is hot. And now they're talking to West. The officials are talking to West. Harvey's still trying to get around Graham. Graham is like a left tackle.
He is. He's having to.
Y'all know that was it Coach McVay of the Rams who has that guy pulling back when he gets too close to the field? That's kind of what he's doing.
You need to get back, coach.
Now Graham leaves Harvey for a second. Now gets back in front of him. I'm not kidding. He's like Eric Williams against Charles Haley, trying to block him away from the official. They're having a conversation with Dale West on the far sideline, and this has to be about as what Caroline tells us, the headbutt.
So the referee has crossed over at Coach West and explained things to him. The flags have not been picked up yet.
Graham kind of turns around and grins.
It was an interception. Was there a penalty on the interception on the? I mean, I know there's the extracurricular with Griffo,
but
was there was there a pass interference or a holding or anything?
I'm not exactly sure, but does it not appear that Bell's defense is on the field?
I believe they're going to, I've been told is it will be a holding penalty against Howe. And that's the reason that the holding penalty is what caused the helmet to come off. It's going to be against us.
So wait a minute. If the penalty of a holding penalty is what caused the helmet to come off, you would think that would be against Bell's. If Griffo's helmet came off.
I mean, gosh, at some point this game's got to be over.
Was it Griffo's helmet that came off, or was it?
Griffo's helmet.
It was.
And he's taking his pads off over there.
This is crazy. This is crazy.
There's 8:01 on the clock.
You know, I don't want to condone any fighting or anything like that, but I will give credit to that. The Howe, his teammates, as soon as that Griffo got headbutted or whatever it was happened, there were like 4 or 5 white jerseys that just jumped in and took up for Griffo and backed him up.
So it looks like a whole different crew for Bells is going to come on the field. And these look like, let's see.
Harvey's getting an explanation now from the referee.
And Harvey's pointing south, saying now he's pointing north. and meanwhile, Graham is still out there about 3 feet away from him in case it all goes wild. The official now walks over.
We've had more prolonged timeouts.
We have.
Like just.
I'm curious if you take like the game time that's actually been played versus the time that we've just been waiting to play, like in between all these.
Remember we had the
I bet they rival each other.
They've got to.
Remember we had the Ryland Strong 7-yard run that ended up being 3, and it took 10 minutes to figure.
I mean, this has been a lot more than that.
Figure out the 4-yard difference. Now the officials are just having a conference amongst themselves.
This is the most insane thing I've seen in quite some time.
In a game that's 41-6. 8:01 left in the ball game.
You see Michelle Carney out there taking pictures.
Man, this is unreal. This is.
And they're still just talking. I don't know
Trying to sort this out.
You know, the the Mound Conference in Bull Durham.
Yeah.
It's got to be something like that. They're talking about, hey, y'all want to go to Chili's? Applebee's?
Where to go after the game?
Hey, I'm not familiar with this area. Should we go to Sherman or should we go to McKinney? What's the closest place from here? You know, we've heard about Abby's Restaurant in Howe, but I think it's closed, so.
Yeah.
They're still talking about it.
Now they look like they're about to line up. And
we could have ran 70 commercials during this period. Harvey's got his headsets off.
He's been told something. He's just walking off back to the sidelines, frustrated as
puts his hands through his hair as he looks down at the field, shakes his head, puts his headset back on.
And they're backing the ball up to inside the.
Yeah, Bells will have the ball after the interception.
It was a holding against Howe and then a personal foul against Bells. 2 personal fouls.
Against the Bulldogs.
The ball's going to be spotted at the 4-yard line.
So look like there was a holding against Howe, and then about, I may count it 3, maybe 4
Personal foul against the Panthers.
personal fouls against Bells.
After the interception.
It seemed like there were that many. But after all that, the ball's spotted at the, 4-yard line, 3-yard line?
They're conferencing again.
Let's pause 4 hours for an official timeout. No, I'm just kidding. Don't go anywhere. They're going to get it right here any moment.
We've been saying that for 10 minutes.
So the ball resting. The ball, now the official's coming over trying to get another explanation. Harvey puts his headset back on. The ball is patiently waiting. The pigskin is like, come on, I'm tired of sitting here.
Is my mic on?
Yes.
All right, so number 1 from Bells is getting ejected.
That is Cutter Payton.
Because he did rip Jacob Griffo's helmet off before the pass was even thrown by Ryland.
And here goes Bryson Thompson from the 4-yard line, racing down the sideline, escaping tackles, running over people to the 30. Chased down, can't catch him. He's going to go 96. And a flag is down in the area of Tank Turner, who dove for him at the 20-yard line. And for a moment, it's a 96-yard touchdown by Bryson Thompson. And that big boy can scoot.
He can.
I'm telling you.
He's got power. And
it's like Bam Morris. It's very similar. Except he's a white kid from Bells.
There was a holding against Bells.
And that is a gimme call and a half.
It's going to be a spot foul because it happened. The play started at the 4-yard line of Bells, but this penalty had to happen around the 25-yard line-ish of Howe. So, and it looked like a block or a hold that didn't need to happen.
I don't think it was a hold or a push. I don't think anyone was around Tank Turner. I saw him dive.
He dove, and
Branham's going to hand off. New runner who kind of stutter steps for a moment. He had kind of the squirrel look, trying to go around the right edge, and he kind of like a squirrel darting in front of a vehicle. Stop, start, right, left. And on the carry there was Braden Richardson. If he would have just ran, he'd have made it across the road. But like the squirrel, he just indecision a little bit. And that's going to be maybe a 1-yard gain.
You know, my college alma mater, Harding University.
Who do they have tomorrow?
They've got one of the Oklahoma, Northwestern State, I think, Oklahoma.
Hand off to Washington. He's going to be thoroughly handled and driven backwards.
But I bring them up because they run a flex bone offense. That's kind of a lot, some of the same concept as a slot T, and it's so fun to watch them. We talk about everybody goes spread, and then you have to learn the slot T or the flex bone or slot T or whatever. in a week, and these are college level players, and just trying to see them figure out this offense, these type of offenses with the misdirections and the inside traps and the quarterback sneaks, and then every once in a while a pass over the top.
I'd love to watch that.
Yeah.
Here's a misdirection, trying to figure out who kept it and who gave it. And it's a minimal gain from the 29-yard line. I'm having to actually count the stripe from the numbers because, again, I think that was a 1-yard gain to the 28.
Harding's pretty good too, aren't they?
They won the national championship last year. They're number 1.
Yeah.
They play Ouachita Baptist in a couple of weeks. That's supposed to be a big test for them.
Yeah, pretty good team.
4:52 left to go in the game. There are a few people starting to exit Panther Stadium. My goodness, Bryson Thompson dragging white jerseys down the field, as I believe that was Eli Stoner who had him by the ankles, but Bryson Thompson's ankles are apparently stronger than Eli Stoner's arms. Because Eli Stoner was on his back, and he looked like he was just drugged for 5 yards. His jersey probably has that little carpet stains all over it.
But when you're on defense, it's kind of like, okay, just play assignment football. You keep up with the fullback, you keep up with the quarterback, keep up with the wing back. It's easier said than done.
Certainly is. Handoff near side. Trying to bust out, can't do it. A new running back into the game, Jamarian Washington. And a nice play there by the Dog D as we're under the 4-minute mark. Get this thing over. Still, a pretty good crowd over here, still in the stands. They're going to see it through.
And they've been vocal about the...
They certainly have. 41-6. There's been more to vocalize about with the Zebras than their football team, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Clock still running at 3:25. Play clock at 15. Bells comes to the line of scrimmage on 2nd down and 9. And a handoff to Jamarian Washington. He'll get positive yardage for about 5 or 6, setting up a 3rd down and short.
Got a Howe player down. I think that's
Injury timeout on the field.
maybe Stoner. It is Stoner.
Meanwhile, the ball will be resting at about the 10-yard line, somewhere thereabouts. Clock will stop at 2:58. Former coach Garrett exiting. He's leaving early. he's starting the bus.
Oh.
So a quiet crowd here as we have an injury timeout. Let's take a timeout real quick. It's 41-6, 2:58 left to go in the game. We'll be back.
Hey, Steve here, the Crazy AC Guy. We raise top-notch AC units and train the finest service techs west of the Mississippi. And we got a truly crazy deal for you. Get a free furnace with the purchase of a qualified AC condenser coil package. You'd have to be crazy like me to miss this deal. So for all your AC and electrical needs, call us at 903-465-2665 or visit us at crazyacguy.com.
The Crazy AC Guy, where crazy meets quality.
Third down and 2 for the Panthers.
Clock is rolling at 2:43 and still rolling. The play clock hadn't started.
I'm okay with that.
How long are they going to let them go here? What's going on? Why am I? There we go. All right. Here comes Bells to the line of scrimmage. A handoff to, I think that was Braden Richardson again around the right edge. Not much there. And we do have a flag. It's going to be a false start against Bells. Clock is still rolling. No, the official is saying roll the clock, I guess. I didn't see a yellow hanky.
I tell you, with their school colors yellow, I feel like I'm seeing things sometimes. I think I see a flag fly.
Field goal attempt.
So Bells will attempt the field goal. 1:47 on the clock. It's Eddie Bush from the middle of the field. It's very high, very true. And it's 44-6 with $1:39 left to go in the game. We're going to take a quick timeout. We'll be back in 60 seconds.
Here's some things to never mess with if you're not a trained professional. Caging a bulldog. Removing copperheads. And electricity. Don't get shocked. Call Rapid Electric. Rapid Electric is here for all your electrical needs. Just like you wouldn't try to become a pro boxer or president. Not a joke. You need a pro to keep your electricity humming. Don't get shocked. Rapid Electric serves the Grayson County area. Call them at 903-421-8100.
At Independent Financial, supporting our community is at the heart of what we do, which is why we are pleased to support the Howe Bulldogs. Investing in others and helping our neighbors thrive is what we do, and our friendly, knowledgeable banking team is rooting for you in your financial success. Whether you're saving for college, planning for your family's future, or working to grow your business, we'd love to help you accomplish your goals. Come see us at our location on South Denny or visit us at ifinancial.com. Go Bulldogs! We're cheering for a winning season. Member FDIC.
1 minute left on the clock as it rolled through the break and stopped at 1 minute. We'll have time for a Tech Wave kickoff.
Yeah. Now it's going.
Bush ready to have our Tech Wave kickoff after that field goal there. Short kick. It'll be fumbled by Howe. I'm thinking that it was recovered, however.
It was.
And that was Bo Stevens.
I think he recovered. I'm not sure he was the one who fumbled.
It was Bo. He tried to catch it. It went through his arms, and he recovered his own fumble.
Okay.
So Howe, with 35 seconds, will have the ball at their own 36. Needing 38 points in 35 seconds.
Starting now. Go. Hurry up, offense.
Offense does come back out on the field. Strong will be in the gun. Kendall O'Brien, right slot. Cross checks off the field. Strong turns, hands to Piper. And he will gain, just like he always does, about 9 yards, it seems. In 25 seconds, the clock is rolling.
I think Coach Harvey just said, let's call it. Let's call it.
That's it.
So let's get out of here.
Harvey tells his team to line up, and that is it. Mikey Weimer is looking at the scoreboard saying, that's not it. Let's stay.
That's your ball game, folks.
And now, what is Mikey Weimer doing? But Howe lines up to shake hands with Bells. This was not the direction that Howe had anticipated this game would go tonight. Nothing close to what they anticipated.
Yeah.
44-6 is the biggest indicator of that.
Well, you're shorthanded, and I'm not sure it would have necessarily made a difference. You know, you're without your best player. But Bells is just a machine out there with that slot T. And I think something we don't talk about as much with Bells is you got to have a pretty good defense when you have this type of offense. I mean, because you can't afford to really get into shootouts. So you got to be able to get some 3 and outs and get some turnovers and play some, fairly stiff defense. You can't, play Big 12 defense for just, tit for tat.
Yeah, and they had 3 interceptions tonight. Their defense did.
And then a fumble recovery on the kickoff.
Yeah, you can't win games when you turn the ball over 4 times, or when you play behind the sticks.
Yeah,
and sometimes you shoot yourself in the foot too many times, and you don't have any feet left.
Yeah, so I think this Bells offense obviously is good, but the defense is very underrated.
Yeah, they're going to have a. One would think they would probably be the number 2 seed in the district. And if Bells does what Bells does, they'll go 2 or 3 rounds deep until they run into some East Texas monster.
Yeah, or Holiday. I know Holiday. They had a tough time with them.
The hardest part about, the small towns like Howe, without dominating speed, you don't have those type of athletes in north central Texas in the small schools that you do in East Texas.
Yeah.
And that's been the buzzsaw for a lot of these teams. Now, if you're Gunner, it doesn't seem to matter.
Yeah, they seem to have a bunch of speed. Can't figure out
where do you get that speed?
Get that speed at? Though this Howe team does have more speed than they have had in the past. With guys like Cross, Ulmer, Strong's pretty quick, Garen Langford. So compared to years past, last 2 or 3 years, they seem to have a little bit more speed than before.
As much as I loved last week's game plan offensively, I don't want to criticize Howe coaching staff by any means or any fashion, but I was disappointed with the type of attack that Howe took this week offensively, the approach that they took. If you're going to
throwing the ball.
Yeah, not that that's necessarily a bad thing, because you need to do that at times. But there was the lack of presence of Bryce Piper.
I know.
Yeah. He was ghosted tonight basically on offense, and you just kind of scratch your head after what we've seen so far this season and wonder, why is that? We're in your Texas Land and Home Team post-game show. We're going to take a quick time out. When we come back, we'll have some highlights and some stats. We may skip highlights, but we'll have stats for you for sure. And we're going to start taking our 30-minute drive, or not even that. Is it 20-minute drive to Howe? Justin, I know you've got a lot further than that.
Yeah, go to McKinney, so it's not too bad.
44-6, our final score tonight. We'll be back in 60 seconds.
Buying and or selling your next home or property should be an enjoyable experience. At Texoma Land and Home Team, our commitment to the personal relationship of each transaction ensures communication you expect, while assuring that we'll be here the next time you need us. We're not a big box real estate company by design. This freedom allows us to be fully at your service. Texoma Land and Home Team, Renee Nichols Broker, 903-818-1645. Texoma Land and Home Team, for all your real estate needs, 903-818-1645.
At Grayson Cullen Electric Cooperative, GCEC, we have been around for over 80 years and are governed by 7 principles: open and voluntary membership, democratic member control, members' economic participation, autonomy and independence, education, training, and information, cooperation among cooperatives, and concern for community. One of our communities is Howe, Texas, and GCEC is proud to support the Howe Bulldogs.
Anchors with a Z Boat and RV Storage is located 1 mile off of U.S. Highway 75 in Howe, Texas. Anchors Boat and RV Storage is proud to bring personal, small-town customer service to the growing area of North Texas. With both open and covered parking available, locally owned and operated, members of the Howe Area Chamber of Commerce and the Texas Self-Storage Association. Anchors Boat and RV Storage has 20 amp power available and is manager occupied at 311 Old Highway 6 in Howe. Visit anchorsboatrvstorage.com or call 903-444-2500.
Welcome back, as Bells won 44-6 tonight, and we'll bring in Braz for the stats with Braz, and we're going to give him a headset because I don't trust those wireless mics whatsoever tonight. The way this has gone, it started when we got here. It was like, what is going on? And it kind of finished that way. Let's go over stats. Braz, what you got for us?
Okay. Well, it wasn't pretty. We'll say that. Start off with.
That wasn't pretty either.
That wasn't pretty either.
I'm sorry. What were you saying?
Pushed the wrong button. There we go.
Oh, now, come on.
That's the button.
All right.
Okay, so it wasn't very pretty, to be honest, from either side. For the Bulldogs, Strong ended up 12 of 25 passing. For hold on. 12 of 25 passing for 121 yards, 1 touchdown, 3 interceptions. As far as rushing goes, I had 22 rushes for 79 yards. And it led by, believe it or not, Bryce Piper, who come in towards the end. He had 5 for 44. Strong had 11 rushes, 37 yards. Seaver had 4 for 2. Bo Stevens had the 1 for 1, and Rackencross was a 1 for -5 yards.
Which that might have been a pass. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
-5. So.
Yeah.
200 yards total, 126 yards first half, 74 yards second half. I've got 8 penalties for 48 yards, but I'm not really sure if that's right. Okay, as far as the receiving goes, O'Brien, 6 receptions for 103 yards, 1 touchdown.
So shut out in the second half.
Yes, he was. Daly, 3 for 14. Cross, 2 for 9. And then Guerin had the 1 for -5. Now for the ugly from the defense side. So Bells had 1 pass completed for 41 yards, 1 for 1. 46 rushes, 507.
507 rushing yards.
That's what I had. They had a lot of long ones. So they had 309 in the first half and 239 in the second half for 548 yards total offense. And I've got them at 11 penalties for 137 yards. That could be wrong also, the way it was going out there. As far as their rushing goes, Brown had 11 rushes, 230 yards, and 3 touchdowns. Thompson had 14 for 172 and 2 touchdowns. Washington had 12 for 66. Branham, the quarterback, had 4 for 17. Washburn, 2 for 13. Jamarian Washington had 2 for 8. And then Bryson Wright, 1 for -1.
They've got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 punch.
Yeah. They just kind of plug and play.
They're pretty impressive.
They are.
Anybody who says Bells was down, shame on you. They're not down. They just reload, and they've got this perfect system that they just wear down the opponent with. And they've been very successful you look at Dale West's record, what were we talking about as a head coach and an assistant coach combined? It's like 85 and 47. Those are, that's pretty incredible. And you're talking about a guy who you're going to lose a game every year 3 deep in the playoffs. You take those away, it's absolutely remarkable what he's been able to do to win. The guy just wins. And
he does.
And it shows that the slot T, when it is done correctly, I don't care if it's 1937, or I don't care if it's 2037. That is a hellacious style of offense, and it's impressive. There's just no way to cut it. There's just no way around it. And the fact that it's more dominating now because, like you mentioned, you don't see it. There's no slot D camps that kids are going to in the summer. When the kids are playing pass and tag in the summer on 7-on-7, these kids they're wearing out the pigskin.
And I kind of wonder too amongst coaches if it's kind of one of those things like we don't want to get this thing to get out like a lot of, there's some teams, not a lot of teams run it, so I don't know if it's one of those things that kind of, small society and kind of like let's not let this just get way out and everybody starts running it again.
Well, Liberty Hill,
yeah,
in the 5A Division II state championship game a few years ago,
gave Sauk all they could handle.
It's just hard to defend, and but on the flip side of that, it's hard to get. I would imagine it's hard to get hired as a coach when that's your. Because today it's regarded as a gimmick. You run a gimmick offense. But to me, if your gimmick offense takes you to 85 and 47, it's not a gimmick.
Yeah.
And I'm not here to do a Bells postgame show by any stretch of the imagination, but I was here when it was the Howe's offense, and it completely changed the way I looked at the game of football.
Were there a lot of people at Howe that were on board with it at first, or was it kind of like were people resistant as well, or was it kind of?
No, I think
somewhere.
I think you had to get to the playoffs before people started to come around on it, and you heard a lot of people in the stands screaming, "Throw the football!" You know, when you're 4th down and 1 or 4th and 3 near midfield and you're going for it, people are saying, "Punt! You're an idiot!" And they'd pick up the first down, and then they'd do it again all the way down the field. You know, it's just a different philosophy of football, and you have to mentally be on board with that, or you're always going to be frustrated. But it's impressive. It is impressive. So, are we ready for the final thought?
Yeah,
I think we're ready. Braswell, you give us your final thought.
Sure, I will. One of the things I'm a little worried about is the number of injuries that we're getting. That's going to real struggle for next week for sure, and who knows how much longer down the road. So injuries is a big deal right now.
We're limping into Gunner.
We're limping into Gunner.
No question.
Exactly.
Caroline, I hope your mic works.
Yeah, me too.
There it goes.
Hey, we're right here. Yeah, injuries definitely be on the lookout. But you know, we talked last week about the fight that this team has, and I just did not see that tonight at all, and that makes me really sad.
How much of a factor do you think played into that, knowing that their best player is in street clothes?
And I don't want to say that because I don't want to be like, oh, it's just about this. But I remember saying this about Bryce. What was his last name? I can't remember. A few years ago, Bright, when he went out, he was a D lineman. Crosby, yeah. And I remember saying the same thing about him. I said when he was out for the season, the defense just something happened, and that's the same. I got that same feeling about BU, and tonight, and it's not going to be fun next week.
Yeah, it's definitely not. Jake Roberts.
Yeah, I think the important thing to take away from this gauntlet of these two games right here back to back is just to keep your head high going into the games after that, knowing that you still have a chance to make a playoff push, to potentially get in if you can secure some wins down there. Just keep your head up, just keep grinding, keep working hard, and you just got to look at everything positively, even when things happen that are negative.
Justin?
Kind of like Caroline said, it kind of feels like, well, maybe not Caroline said this, but it felt like that Howe took a step back. You know, they seemed like they've been improving each week, and even with Leonard last week when they lost, it looked like they were starting to get a little bit better. And then you lost Braden Ulmer, and then you kind of go into tonight, kind of knowing you don't have your best player, and it showed. And we didn't see the fight that we've seen, and I think they just kind of knew that Bells is, you know, probably better than them, and they just, you know, played to that. And it may see the same against Gunner next week too. It's just, I don't say they're going to lay down, but it's just, you know, they kind of know what they're up against, and you got to kind of hope that everybody can kind of regroup here in the next week or two, because after Gunner, you know, it is what it is. Then you got Blue Ridge and Callisburg, and those are going to be must-win games.
You know, I think Dale West must have some kind of voodoo doll on Howe. Over the years, he's been able to play Howe when Jalen Thornton was not able to play that game. And that was the 2019 game where you take Jalen away, and if they'd have had Jalen that night, it would have been a different night. The next year, they lost Austin Haley, didn't have to face Austin Haley. They had, if I remember right, it was Luke Lopez at quarterback that night.
Yeah.
It went into overtime, and quite certainly if you had Austin Haley that night, it's a different outcome to that football game. And you fast forward and you play Braden Ulmer, and you do not have to face Braden Ulmer. Last year they did not have Cooper Jones. It's just every year he gets to play Howe without their stud. And I know it's uncanny that happens that way, but every single year he gets to play Howe, when they're at a disadvantage. And not to take anything at all from Bells, because I don't know that having Braden Ulmer would have mattered tonight, to be quite honest with you. But it certainly had an effect, maybe emotionally, on the football team, because when last week when somebody shoots your tire out, because that's what happened last week, and the vehicle doesn't move when your tire's shot out, and you can air it up, but you still got a hole in your tire, and that's where Howe is right now. And more injuries mean more holes in tires, and at some point they're going to need to get a new tire, and hopefully in 2 weeks they'll have a brand new set of tires when Braden Ulmer comes back, and that's the hope. And if that happens, then I think Howe will be able to put it in overdrive and cruise their way to the playoffs. But they need to have new tires, and that's just the way it is. Tonight, everybody leaves here disappointed, but it's a good football team across the way, and we talked about that. And I don't think if Vegas was putting odds on this game, if you were putting money on Howe to win this game, you probably don't stay in Vegas very long.
You probably got a gambling problem.
So the outcome is probably what you thought it would be. It's just disappointing the way it happened, I guess. So, but we all support the Bulldogs, and we all support these coaches, and we know they'll regroup and they'll put one foot in front of the other and march on.
You said not only do they not have the players, but it feels like we're always at Bells. We're always playing at Bells, it seems like.
Every time I'd like to play them at home. Well, we did play them at home.
Yeah, we did. We just,
what, 2 years ago?
2 years ago?
Yeah, but it's not very. It doesn't seem very
it
often.
Seems like we're always
seems like we're always here.
We're always at Bells. And Howe didn't have their best player.
And it stands out because we always remember being at Bells, obviously for obvious reasons. We're outdoors, but it just seems like we're here a lot.
Yeah.
So for everyone who's been a part of this one, it's 44-6. Bells wins tonight, including Caroline Slauson, Stephen Braswell, Jake Roberts, Justin White. I'm Monty Walker. So long, everybody.
You've been listening to the Texas Land and Home Realty Team post-game show. Howe Bulldogs football is a product of Studio 42. The full replay of the game will be available within minutes on this same link on YouTube and HoweEnterprise.com. Howe Bulldogs football is brought to you by Scoggins Funeral Home, Baker Air Conditioning and Heating, Independent Financial, GCEZ, Sonic of Howe. Also brought to you by MTE Pens, Rapid Electric, Brother Plumber, the Crazy AC Guy. Also brought to you by Howe Athletic Booster Club, Michelle Carney Photography, HIT, Roof and Exteriors. Also brought to you by Ed Meacham State Farm, the Llama Realty Group, TechWave, Knight Furniture, All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights, Texoma Land and Home Realty Team, Anchors Boat and RV Storage.
Turn out the lights. The party's over. They say that all.